Yo, good morning, everyone. Murder Church coming at you. Episode 16, Phil Spector trial. What is going on? Please hit the like, share this out, let people know that you're hanging out today, this morning, in the church. Let the folks know. Share this out on Twitter. Please give that a share if you have an account. That'd be really appreciate the hell out of that. If you have a Facebook, share it on there. Spread the word. Tell a friend about a friend, or tell a friend to tell a friend about Murder Church. Today we're coming at you. Today, starting out, we've got Dr. Henry Lee takes the stand. I've got to change my font for that. But yeah, coming at you guys. Let's go.
Let's rock.
Yo, what is up, everybody? Good morning. I hope everybody is having a good morning and had a good weekend. Fourth weekend's coming off the fourth weekend. Everybody's probably been partying. It's probably what everybody's been doing, and that's what I like to hear. That's what I've been doing. I've been doing a lot of work as well. I worked all day yesterday on some stuff, but hell yes. And I see the good mornings flowing through here. Everybody coming through. Sheila Duffy, RX Girl, Queen Olive coming through here. Oasis Cat, Bo Pete, Miss Dina in the house. Defense Attorney Meow in the house. Sarah in the house. Aspiring court reporter. Appreciate it. Afton Fored coming through here. Taryn, Dusty coming through here. Julie Moran coming through here. Hell yeah, we got a full house. It looks like CH slides into the back pew. That's what I'm talking about. Creeping in the back there. Drinda coming through here. What's up? Good to see everybody come in here this morning. Good to see you. Kelly Bobelli as well. Gambies. I saw that share early, Gambies, even before we got started. That was fucking awesome. That was sweet. Cheeny. Hell yeah. And hopefully there's some lurkers back there as well. Appreciate it. Dizzy coming through here. Good morning, Dizzy. Wild Side in the house. Trail Friday was a good one. We had a lot of fun on there. Bonnie Bailey in the house. See everybody. I love it. I do need to go in here and go ahead and get this set up so I don't forget. Just the name. Which one of these I use, of course, but we'll do that in just a second. We'll figure that in a second. We're going to get started right up here. Again, please give this a share if you have not. Give it a like if you have not. The will is in play this morning as well. We had a... Let me just make sure. Yeah, the will is still in play today. So if you guys do any kind of donations that come through this morning, whether that's through Super Chats here, whether that's members, if you are new here and you do not have your membership turned on, we have incredibly generous folks here that gift out memberships. That would get you on the will. Any kind of donations that come privately, whether that's through Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, I'll be checking the apps for that as well. All of that would get you on the will for a possible free t-shirt. And again, got a little bit of new merch up on the store over here. Got a hanging and banging shirt, folks. Hanging and banging, huh?
Hanging and banging.
We're not messing around. Well, let's not hold anyone else up. I got some coffee. We're getting ready to go into this. Dr. Henry Lee takes the stand outside the presence of the jury. We are extremely familiar with that in this case. And if you're new here for Phil Spector, welcome in, because this is a spicy, wild trial. Let me go back to the very beginning here, and also let me make sure that I have my sound correct. Make sure you keep eyes on everything this week. I've got some plans to do the normal shows. I'm going to be doing, of course, Tuesday Night Murder Church, but I'm trying to put together a Wednesday night show with some special guests. I'm talking to another channel that I'd like to have on, a couple of other channels, actually, and we're going to see what I can put together. And I'm thinking about maybe doing another Sarah Boone show, honestly. Maybe watching some Sarah Boone footage with some reactions from other folks in the House of Buzzed. And we'll see how that works out. Oh, yeah, Gambies, do not let me forget those bells. Oh, Lord. Thank you so much, because I would have forgotten and we'd have moved forward without the glorious bells that have gotten us here, folks. These bells is how we start. This is how we start on the Murder Church. Thank you, Gambies. Appreciate that. Yes. Tuesday night is a Murder Church also. It's been a couple of weeks now, Sarah. Yeah. You have a lot to catch up on then. Yeah. Yeah, every Tuesday night, 8 p.m. Eastern Time is Murder Church. We have 2 nights of Murder Church now. Where's the pickles? What's going on? And yeah, thank you very much. I'm trying to get some good merch up there. Trying to get unique with it, if you know what I'm saying.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon, sir.
Please state and spell your name for the record.
Henry C. Lee, Lee, Meriden, Connecticut.
You may proceed.
Do we have Mark next in order, Your Honor, Dr. Lee's CV?
Let's use this as a court's exhibit because it's for a special proceeding. Let's see if I can find the last exhibit.
I believe it was 21.
I think we're beyond that. I've got 35
Oh, you're right.
at least. Let me see. I think it's going to be 36.
Okay, 36. For the purpose of this hearing, we're going to stipulate to his qualifications.
Thank you.
Dr. Lee, are you a forensic scientist?
Yes,
How long have you been in the field of forensic science? And
over 40-some years.
have you ever had any experience in going to scenes, death scenes or crime scenes?
Yes, many times I've been assist law enforcement, police department around the country and including foreign country, assist them probably 6,000 or even more cases.
And when you would go to these scenes, as you've described, over 6,000 of them, what would be your role? What would you be doing at these scenes?
All depends on. If in Connecticut, if the case I'm in charge, which basically I'm the one who will call the shot, and usually we have a set of a procedure, standard operation procedure. We follow that procedure. Basically, documentation of the scene, recognition potential evidence, collect, preserve the evidence, then transfer the evidence to the to the laboratory for analysis.
I'm an idiot. Like I always try to keep like my graphics and stuff together, and the names down there, even the way I put the text that I put, the font that I use for my name, the witness name down there, I have lost the font exactly, and the color scheme as well. Like that's not exact, the yellow that they're giving me out the gate. I have to like kind of find the tone of it, and it's really pissing me off right now because I fucking exited out of the wrong
Analysis.
thing. Jesus.
Sometime I was called to the scene as a
I need
consultant.
some coffee. It ain't
I'm
ready.
not
It's too
in
hot.
charge of the scene. As a consultant, basically I assist them
Who knows what's
in
up with Dr.
certain
Lee here? I'm not
aspects of
familiar
the
with this
case,
guy.
such as crime scene
Ronaldo.
reconstruction, blood spatter, pattern interpretation, or
Forensic
gunshot
psychologist.
trajectory determination. Other time, if I retain by the defense,
Forensic
usually
scientist.
the crime scene already searched by the prosecution, the police officer, and after they release the scene.
Hell
then
yes, Miss Tina got our shirt. That's what I'm talking about. Hell yes, yeah. And anybody that starts getting these shirts, take pictures, post them up on X, send them to me through the email, and I would like to make like a little like collage of folks that get all of the shirts and stuff. Appreciate that. Hell yeah, and I'm glad that you got it. Jay's walking in, baby. What's up, Jay? Good morning, brother.
we go there, take a look at the scene, try to see any other information we can reveal, something we can find.
Let me ask you a follow-up question. When you're acting in the role of working for the defense, where the law enforcement agency has already gone through the scene and released it, what is your role? What do you do in that case?
Basically, pretty simple. As a forensic scientist, we are totally objective. Whatever we see, I document it. I take picture, I take notes. If anything have a potential evidential value, I collect it. Subsequently, sometime transmit to the police department or law enforcement agency if they want it. If they don't want it, I give it to lawyer. If the lawyer doesn't want it, then eventually we dispose it.
What's next in order, Your Honor? 37. Dr. Lee, did you take your notes, take notes of a scene visit that you did on the 4th of February of 2003 at the location of 1700 or at the home of Phil Spector?
Yes.
And how did it come about that you went to that particular location?
That location, Attorney Bob Shapiro took me there, took me and Dr. Bobbin.
And what was your reason for going to that scene?
The scene, according to Mr. Superior, this is the scene, actually the primary scene where the incident taking place. And the law enforcement already searched the scene for 30-some hours. They're going to release the scene. They want us to take a look at the scene.
May I approach your Honor? I'm showing you exhibit number 37. Ask if you recognize what this 3-page document is.
This 3-page document, which consists of 2 pages of my note, that's called rough note at the crime scene. We take a note. Then 1 page is my crime scene sketches.
Okay, and did you generate these notes when you were at this scene at the castle on February 4th of 2003?
Yes.
And do you have the original notes that that is a copy of, exhibit number 37 is a copy of?
Yes, I have 3 pages of note, 2 pages note, 1 page of diagram.
Okay. And with reference to your view of the scene, did you, how did you go about going over the scene and looking at the scene?
Cooking with gas now. Ain't that what they say? Or they say cooking with oil now? Something like that. I don't know. We cooking, baby. We're cooking.
I'm telling you like it is, baby.
Yo, Simi, welcome in here. See everybody walking through the door late. Appreciate it, guys. As you do walk through that door, hit that like. Hit the old like ski.
What was your procedure that you followed?
Tickle the algorithm.
My procedure,
Let's see how close
generally, it's a standard procedure. When we get to the scene, we take an overall view look. Just walk around to see what the scene looks like. Meanwhile, I take a couple pictures and observe where's the living room, where's the bedroom, where's the hallway. So once we take an overall view photograph and a so-called general walk-by, take a look, then we pinpoint to the location where the actual incident taking place, which in this case is the in the foyer area near the back door. So that area, because lighting pretty bad, when I get there, it's about 9:30 p.m. That on February 4th. So I suggest we should have some extra lighting. So some private detective was
That's
able.
pretty damn close. That color's pretty damn close if that's not it. I've been toying this entire time down here with the name of this guy. I lost my font, and then also, of course, when I did that, I forgot the color, but I think I've got it. There we go. We're cooking now, baby.
To
Lord,
get
that took
some
way too
light,
long.
set it up. So once you set it up, I will take some close-up picture, photograph. After I document that, then I will see whether or not I have potential
Coffee rock.
evidence. If I have evidence, I will collect that and package and mark. If some potential evidence have to do chemical test, I set up a station area on the side. Then conduct some chemical tests. Once I finish all those tests, then I will reassess the situation. I left the scene approximately 1 o'clock in the morning next day.
Okay. Now, these physical tests these chemical tests that you talked about, did you document the fact that you did those tests in your notes?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I want to show you the next exhibit in order, which would be exhibit number 38.
Yes.
And if we could have that put on the screen.
What is it, please?
It's a overall view of the foyer area and the stairs on the right of the Spector home at 1700 Grandview Avenue. Do you see that picture, Dr. Lee?
Yes, I see that picture.
Did you take this picture?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us what this picture was as far as the reason you took it?
Sneed. Am I saying that correctly? Sneed. Welcome in here.
Why you took this particular photograph?
This picture, when I got there, I took this picture. Before the extra lighting was set up, everything's still in place. I took an overall view shot, shows the foyer area. The foyer area, later I measured, is 10 feet 10 inches wide. And as I can...
Crew coming out heavy this morning with the shares. Sheila came through here, shared out Murder Church this morning. Thank you, Sheila. Tara and Dusty coming through with the bells, sharing out this morning. Appreciate it. Yeah, get the word out there, guys. Really, thanks so much for all the help, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Kelly Bobelli sending that son of a bitch out this morning. Hell yes. Oasis Cat sharing that son of a bitch out. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Thank y'all so much. Appreciate that.
See, do you have a laser pointer?
crazy.
I do not.
Sinead.
No, I don't.
Gotcha.
You guys have?
Sinead, yeah, Sinead.
You don't happen to have one, do you? I have
You should
one.
tell me, I will bring one.
Now we gotta figure out how to turn it.
I can.
There we go. Here we go.
Thank you.
Very scientific.
The camera lens is face the door. I can see a staircase goes upstairs to second floor. I also document one chair, white chair, and the chest mirror on the east side. On the west side, have a wooded panel. On the floor here is a blue stand. Nobody caught it,
Oh,
nobody
wow.
touched it.
First live here. That's awesome. Well, welcome in here. Well, hopefully you enjoy it. We've got some very nice folks in the chat. And if you're familiar with Bob and Jay, then I think you're really going to enjoy it.
That's what, when I walk in, when I do the overview photo, here's the blue stand. Also, I notice on the carpet have some X's. Quite a few X's. Staircase also have some X's, which I still don't know what those X's means. So, but I took a picture before we do anything. That's the first photograph depicts.
Okay, I want to now mark the photograph next in order, which will be number 39. If you could get that on the screen. Do you recognize this particular photograph?
Yes, this photograph I took closer, focus on this blue stand. It's not one stand, it's a composite of two major stands and smaller stand. The longer one, this is about 6 inches long,
It's a
about 2.6 inch wide. I noticed there are little white things sticking out in this stand and little
Update on the wigs. One wig has been ordered. There is a wig on the way. Okay, Phil Spector wig is on the way.
white things sticking out here.
Okay, and Dr. Lee, I'm marking another photograph, photograph number 40. Ask if you recognize this particular photograph. It purports to be a close-up of what appears to be the same two stains in the previous photograph.
This is a close-up view, shows my ruler, Dr. Henry C. Lee. This is a 6-inch ruler. This is the major blue stand. That's the side blue stand. Have one white like substances. Here another one. And a lack of a better description, I call thread-like material because looks like a fabric material. Fabric, it's in a bundle of fabric. It's smaller than a string, larger than one single thread, so I say thread like a material.
Pete,
That
first on the wheel this morning with a $1.99, the Wheel of Fortune, baby. Again, anybody that, any kind of donation whatsoever, I'm going to keep an eye on everything with the, if you see up there, the link tree, that link tree will get you to Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, any of that stuff. I'll be keeping an eye on that as well to get on the Wheel of Spins.
two pieces of material sticking out and
I'm not sure who this defense
foreign
attorney
to
is.
the scene. Not supposed to be here. The carpet is red, blood is darkish red, but then these two material, it's kind of an interesting in order
He
to
has
preserve
10
that.
defense
That's why I
attorneys.
collect it.
Okay, and looking at the next in order, number 41, if we could put that on the screen, ask if you recognize this particular photograph that's being put up now. You recognize what that is?
Yes, this is the two piece of material. I pick it up. In addition, I pick up some carpet fabric, just as a control put together.
Okay, and did you document that in your notes that you collected this particular item?
Yes, I did.
Okay,
I call item number 1.
item number 1. Okay, now the next photograph in order, which would be photograph number 41. We could have that put up on the screen. You recognize this? It's also court's exhibit number 24, I believe. Do you recognize what
Does
this...
it already have an evidence sticker on it?
I believe it already does.
Then it's got to stay as 24, it won't be 41. If it's already marked and it has an evidence sticker on it.
Actually, this is a different printed out one, but we have it in the original package.
Well, if you want to use that and mark it as 41, that's fine, even if it ends up duplicating, as long as it doesn't have an
We'll
evidence.
just use the previous one so we don't get...
That's fine, all right.
You recognize what's depicted in this photograph, Doctor?
Yes, Court Exhibit 24 is a direct view, show the first and second step of staircase. Also show a portion of my shoes. I'm taking this picture, show this wooded area of the staircase.
And what was your purpose for taking this particular photograph, Dr. Lee?
On the staircase, I see an area looking like a fresh cut or scraping of the wood. That portion of the wood gone. Adjacent to that area, have a little reddish blood-like
Start paying
stain.
attention. I'm not paying attention to this man whatsoever.
On top of here,
with
have
everything else.
another reddish second step, reddish blood-like stain.
Okay, and did you take some close-up photographs of this area?
Yes, sir, I did.
Next in order?
Next in order again would be, you could
Well,
use
actually,
41.
It's again a remark. It's also 25.
All right, so you don't need to mark it.
Don't need to mark it. Thank you, Your Honor. What does this photograph depict, Dr. Lee?
Court Exhibit 25 depict a closer view with the scale, my ruler, Dr. Henry Lee, and here, that's the fresh cut area from the wood. That's before I get there, I found this gun, so I assume could be law enforcement officer collect that. Adjacent to that, have a small amount of a blood stain.
There we go. A little sip of
Okay.
coffee in me. We're ready.
It's next to it.
Okay.
This is the
that out.
location.
Then another photograph. Did you take a more close-up view of this stain?
No, this is another stain on the second step.
Okay.
Here is a larger one, have a blood stain, which I photograph. Subsequently, I collect that particular stain, scraping into a piece of paper.
Okay. And what's the court's next in order, Your
It'll be
Honor?
41.
41. And did you document the collection of that stain in your notes?
Yes, I document this on called item number 2.
Okay. And number 43, which appears to be
No,
42.
no, we're not to 43. Next it'll be 42.
42. Right, that last one should have been 42. Let's back up and,
Hey, go back.
for the record, this particular exhibit, a close-up of a stain on the second step, is exhibit number 42?
This is the second step.
Okay.
This second step, as you can see here, have some discoloration of the wood. You can go back to the same house, you can still find that location. Here, the blood stain.
Okay. Now, exhibit number 43,
So you haven't marked 42 then yet, correct? We don't need a 42, or do we?
42 is the close-up which was not marked.
Okay, and you don't have a pre-existing exhibit with that on it?
I don't believe so.
All right, 42 is a photograph then.
You recognize this photograph, which has been previously marked as 33?
Yes, I put the thread-like material in a slightly large, this stick paper. That's all I can find that night, and package it in a bindle. Number 2, that's the blood stain scraping from the stair, and then putting a plastic evidence bag.
Okay. And what was your reason for collecting first the threads, if you could explain that, the bundle of threads that you previously testified about?
This bundle of thread, it's not belongs to the scene. Many times when I respond to a shooting case, sometimes the suspect use a towel or white cloth cover the gun barrel, fire the shot to muff the sun, or to or intercept the gunpowder residue or prevent the blood spatter deposit. So use a towel or cloth, powder residue or blood spatter. Use a towel to cover the gun. So I see those like yarn-like and thread-like material. At that point in time, I don't know what did happen exactly. So anything could be a inculpatory evidence, could be an exculpatory evidence. That's why I collect it.
Okay.
I subsequently ask Attorney Shapiro, what should I do with that?
Okay, and these two items, they're documented in your notes, and you took this picture at the time that you were at the Spector home at 1700 Grandview Avenue?
Those evidence, before I collect a photograph at that time.
Okay. Next. In addition to, did you collect anything other than the two items that you just mentioned, Dr. Lee?
Even if he isn't out, I don't even see Phil Spector in the room right now, but we still have a live shot somewhere in that courthouse of the ghoul Phil Spector staring you down with his creepy wig.
No, I did not.
Did you ever collect any type of a nail, either a portion of a human fingernail or a portion of an acrylic fingernail? Did you ever collect anything like that?
Definitely not.
I'm now showing you what's been marked as Courts Exhibit 43 and ask you whether you recognize this particular photograph.
Yes, I recognize this photograph. Court Exhibit 43. I took an overall view of the west side wall. It's paneled wall. I noticed some damage on the molding area, then two fresh cut on this wooded area.
Get in here.
Okay.
Always sharing on Twitter also. Thank you so much for all that.
Did you look at anything
Stacey
that you thought was of
sharing out. Thank y'all this morning.
importance
Appreciate
on
it.
this particular west wall?
The west wall, I look at it, so
really helped.
as many other
I'll
people
never
at
not
the
say
scene also try to look at any blood spot on this wall. So I did some general swabbing, testing. I think I found 3 areas give a phenolphthalein positive.
Okay, what is phenolphthalein?
Phenolphthalein is a chemical presumptive test for blood, not necessary blood. It's a presumptive test. If it's
He kind of
positive,
says blood like Dracula.
which means
blood. I'm here to drink your blood.
be blood, or could be something give similar reaction.
Okay.
I
Now, the
want
next
your blood.
photograph in order, do you recognize what this is? It would be Courts Exhibit
I
number
want
44.
your blood.
So what you need to do, Mr. Ford, it's going to get confusing. If you want to mark something, ask me.
Okay.
And I'll give it a number. We'll make sure we're not duplicating it, because otherwise, these haven't been marked yet technically, okay? It's very hard for the clerk. So I take it you wanted to mark 43, which is the photo that's up on the board, and now you want to mark 44?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, it's a photograph.
Appears to be a close-up of what's been referred to as the west wall.
All right, thank you.
You recognize this picture, Dr. Lee?
Yes.
Hold on.
This is a photograph, a close-up view, shows some damage of the molding area, also a fresh cut in this area.
A fresh what? I'm sorry?
I did some general swab in this area, give a weak positive phenolphthalein reaction.
Okay. Do you remember an attorney by the name of Sarah Kaplan being in or around the scene when you were looking at this particular wall?
Yes, there are some people in there.
Okay. Do you remember an attorney by the name of Sarah Kaplan that was looking at this wall also? And if you do, what do you remember about that?
Everybody tried to assist me, say, how about test this spot or that spot, so they tried to point potential spot to me.
Okay. So you visually examined this wall. Did you see some spots on this wall that you felt were important to do testing on?
I saw some area have potential to test on. I did not see a blood drop. If a blood drop, I probably collect it.
Okay. When you, okay, Next in order is another close-up photograph of this same area, Your Honor.
45.
Thank you.
So I had, this is just stupid, but this hoodie I'm wearing right now, Jay's hoodie, I ain't been wearing this for like, I don't know, probably a month or so, right? Like I was rocking the shit out of it for a while. I lost it. Like I was like, where the hell is my hoodie? And anytime I lose anything clothes-wise in this house, I go after Cassie. I'm like, what is going on here? Where's this? She's always just like, you've lost it, right? And I'm like, no, you've lost it. Well, it's always me. It's literally always me. This was laying literally next to the bed on a table. Like I had just thrown other clothes on top of it. So I started cleaning up those clothes after a month. Jesus Christ. Yes, I know. I was like, what the fuck? Here's my hoodie. Dude, one time I lost one of my favorite shirts, one of my favorite movies that I made into a shirt, Hollywood Chainsaw Hookers. Lost this shirt forever, and it has a chick on it who's in a bikini with a chainsaw, right? Like, you know. So I was always like, you didn't like this shirt, Cassie. You didn't like it because of the lady with the chainsaw. You wanted to get rid of it. You were jealous. And no, this shirt was in my car for years in the back seat, like just buried under crap, like.
This photograph is in another photograph of the same area?
This is the same photograph without a ruler.
Okay. Now I want to put something on the Elmo here, as it be marked as exhibit number 46.
I don't think so.
Photograph?
I should contact the site though, because it's definitely like, it's bullshit the way it broke. Let me just say that. Cheap fucking, I need thicker glass on this.
Take a minute. This comes into focus, Dr. Lee. You can tell us what this is.
This basically it's a station, working station I set up because that night I'm pretty busy. I have to take notes, take pictures, and perform the test. So I arranged everything I needed. And in the corner, that's one of the magnifying glass I use. It's a big magnifying glass, which I commonly bring with me at the scene to use. And here's 3 vials of chemical reagent, ethanol, phenolphthalein, and 3% hydrogen peroxide. Those are the pipettes I'm going to use to take the reagent. Here, it's out of focus, but you can see a blue tip and a test tube have some white stuff in there. This is a plastic bag. When I finish testing, I throw all the debris. Like, for example, this is a glove. Once I working a while, then I change a glove, I put in there. Some area give like pinkish look. That's the phenolphthalein positive reaction, give a pinkish look. This chemical, in the presence of blood or any oxidase activity, will turn pink.
Okay, and describe for the court.
Oh, there he is. He decided to show up. Maybe he was just hidden behind Cutler there, mob attorney. There he is. He's got his nice pink collared shirt on.
Actually do the phenolphthalein test. In other words, describe what you do in the testing process.
Phenolphthalein test, if I can see a blood cross or blood stand, usually I try to photograph, collect. If I see this area have a very thin potential area, I use this type of tubes.
Get the hell in
Okay,
here.
you pulled some tubes out of a thing. Are those, do they have anything to do with this case as far as using those tubes?
Yes.
Okay, are those just samples of what you used in this case?
That's the sample I use all the time. It's a sterilized plastic tube. Inside have cotton swab.
Okay, can we have that packet marked next in order, please?
Sure, 47.
Okay, now these are not the ones you did use in this case. These are ones that...
My standard kit I use in Connecticut.
And what's the number you're on?
47.
Okay, for the record, I'll mark on the envelope that these tubes are in. They appear to be 2 little, looks like some type of plastic tubes. So explain to Judge Fiddler what you do with these tubes and how you use them in this testing process.
For example, if this bench have a little discoloration or like a spot, I open up the tube, take the swab out, use some distilled water, moist it, and try to transfer this stain onto a swab. Now, once I transfer, I put back in the tube to avoid contamination. Then take this, I put to my workstation. I have to walk over my workstation. I place this down, sometimes take another swab just to save some walking. Another swab. I did not bring my tweezer. Usually I have a tweezer, much easier to get it down. It's up. So I transfer another spot, then put in here. Once I get to the station, then I open it up. I do the testing. Take the first ethanol to hydrate, then put the phenolsaline over.
Yo, Meme Z,
Now observe
get in here. Good
for
morning.
a second to see if any color change. If no color change, then I goes to third step, put hydrogen peroxide. Hydrogen peroxide will catalyze the reaction if in fact have blood or any strong oxidized material, this will turn pink. If not, will stay as it is. Once finished testing, I just put it back and throw it away.
So you, in your notes, you document a number of places where you do presumptive testing and you put like a plus there. What does that mean?
Phenolsaline positive.
Okay, and what is the sensitivity of phenolphthalein as a presumptive blood test? In other words, if you could give us an idea of how
It's
sensitive.
very sensitive. Actually can get to about 1 in 1 million dilution. You have a whole drop of blood, you dilute it to 1 million with water, we still can pick it up.
Now, did you swab some areas of that west wall and get a presumptive positive blood test result?
Yes.
And did you document all that in your notes?
I swabbed the area because I did not see any visible stain, nor I can do any further test. That's why I just say phenolsaline positive.
Okay. Now, the item that you collected that was the blood on the second stair that you packaged up, item number 2, did you actually test that one at all?
Yes, I tested, it gave a positive reaction with phenolsaline, but because the quantity of preservative, maybe future can do DNA test.
Okay, so that you feel is suitable for some DNA testing?
Yes.
And were there other stains on either one of those stairs, steps 1 and 2?
Yeah, I have another stain on the first step. I test positive, but I did not collect it.
Okay, was it too small to collect, in other words?
Too small to collect.
Okay. Now, Dr. Lee, with reference to any other, did you collect any other items at the scene?
No.
Can you describe how you looked at this foyer area? In other words, what you looked for and how you searched the scene to look for any items that might be of significance?
The foyer area pretty small, as I say, about 10 feet size, and the bloodstain area also very limited.
Oh, shit. Gifted membership right now by Miss Dina coming through for Debbie Blair. Debbie, welcome the hell in here. Get your beer. Get your beer. Get your probably nothing. It's early, so get a coffee drink. That's probably Spike.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Hell yeah, Miss Dina. Appreciate that. And that gets her on the wheel. She is on the wheel. And right now, let me take a look at the wheel just for a second. Let me get her on here first of all. Miss Dina, who is absolutely amazing. Gifted mem. Yeah, so we are three names on the wheel right now. On Kick Friday night, we had a new gentleman, I don't know if it's a woman or a man, but a new person found us on Kick that was going by. I don't remember their entire name. I could go look real quick, but Dingo was the first part of their name. They were from Australia. We have so much love that comes from Australia and from around the world, which is fucking awesome. But they are the first name on this wheel when they gifted out a sub over on Kick on Friday night. But we have three names as of right now: Dingo, Bo Pete, and Miss Dina starting this wheel up this morning. Will we get a spin today? Oh, only time will tell. And again, anyone that gets on that wheel and we get a spin, and if you win, you can pick any shirt from publiclybuzzed.com merch store. There's only one shirt that I have off limits, which is the Colt shirt, which is because I had some writing. I always say this, and I should honestly just change it, because then you could pick the shirt. But if you put writing on the back of the shirts on Printful, the site that I use, it's $8 extra, which is insane to me, and makes the shirt a lot more expensive. But yeah, any shirt on publiclybuzzed.com, you can rock and roll with that son of a bitch. Thank you so much, Miss Tina. Appreciate that.
So the area, apparently the LA law enforcement already did a pretty good job. They stayed here 30-some hours. So really not much. They took the whole chair, nothing to examine. I look at the wall, I look at the area, I look at the whole house, and only one place, Phil Spector's house, some ceiling falling off. I don't know, you know that. Some plaster fall off on the hallway, so I took a picture of it. Ceiling, from the ceiling, some plaster fall off on the carpet, so I took a picture, but no sense to collect it. Some plaster, so I didn't collect it.
Okay, Dr. Lee, sometime after you were at the 1700 Grandview Avenue home of Mr. Spector, did you get sent to you some item that purportedly came from that scene?
Before I get to that stage, and I finished because the rest of they eating pizzas. I'm the only one working, by the way. So finally I finished. So I had to eat some pizza, then I took off.
Okay. Now, sometime after that, did a person named Stan White send you something?
Yes. Out of blue, I received a package.
I like this dog.
And apparently by an individual called Stanley White.
Okay. Did you see Mr. White collecting anything at the scene?
I did not see him.
Okay. I want to show you I would ask to mark next in order a picture of what purports to be a Macy's shopping bag.
This would be 48.
48.
Wendy, 48 is a photograph.
You recognize that picture?
Yes.
And what is that?
Mr. White sent to me.
Okay. And is that the way it was packaged when you received it?
Yes, in the inside of a Federal Express package.
Okay, and asked another photograph be marked number 49.
We're going to Macy's, baby.
Some aren't.
Macy's still around? Is it one of those that's closed down for the last 2 decades, 15 years?
You recognize this exhibit number 49?
Yeah, that's the reverse side of the Macy's shopping bag. Have a Stanley White and some Scotch tape the portion of the bag.
Okay, and did you have occasion to open the bag?
I called Bob Shapiro and what is this? And finally I opened it up.
Okay, showing you, asked that the next photograph be marked in order, which is purports to be a picture of a piece of carpeting, and that would be number 50.
Correct.
You recognize what this is, Dr. Lee?
When I opened up this shopping bag, I found a piece of red carpet, have some blood stain on it.
Does it appear to be the portion of carpet that you saw at the Spector residence some year before?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do anything to repackage that item?
Because this is a biohazard material, you should not put in a shopping bag. And so I transferred this to a biohazard bag and seal it. And I've been calling everybody what I'm going to do with it.
Okay.
Nobody tell me, so I just kept it.
Okay. And can we have that marked next in order, Your Honor?
51, but we have special procedures if it's considered because of the nature of it. Wendy, what do you want to do with that?
I don't need to mark it if we don't have to.
Does anybody, the prosecution want this exhibit?
Yes.
All right, we'll mark it as 51, and we'll figure out what to do with it.
tell you.
And we have personnel from the crime lab here, maybe we can discuss
We
it
can
later.
work
but
out
we can make it-
releasing it to them to hold.
Correct.
Okay, fine.
Thank you for getting rid of it.
Dr. Lee, did you examine this item 51?
No, no reason to examine.
Okay. And you saw the carpet and the stain when you were there, you took photographs of it, et cetera, is that correct? When you were at the...
I assume this is the same. I did not collect it, I did not cut it, so I have no idea where they come from.
Okay.
Put that on me, motherfucker.
Okay, now, Dr. Lee, you were asked to look at some testimony. Well, let me ask you this. I've got some additional pictures I'd like you to take a look at here. If you could, we could just, these are on the computer, aren't they? They've been previously marked. They're the district attorney's exhibits. And, but I'm not sure of the numbers that we have. Maybe we should get the original ones here. Come on. Yeah, these are the courts.
So you think what you have is...
Have been previously marked. I believe Mr. Jackson previously marked them. It's just a matter of going through and finding them.
Okay.
Go. This is exhibit, number 21.
Court's exhibit or people's exhibit?
It's court's exhibit. It's not in the trial.
Okay.
You recognize that? Is that the same item that you sent to the sheriff's department?
Holy shit, Dara Johnson just popped in, the son of a bitch. $4.99. Hey guys, Murder Church 2 weeks in a row. What? That's awesome. I love it. Love to see you in the house, in the Murder Church house. Dara, thank you so much. And that also gets you on this fancy wheel that we have over here. If you have not seen it yet, here she is. Let me just show it off to everybody. Boom. That thing is filled up right now from the last spin on Friday, but now we got new names coming in, and that will be a newbie, baby. Hell yeah, Dara. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And anybody just hanging and banging, it has not yet, maybe hit the old like. Really helps us out here at Publicly Buzz. Hyping us up. I'm getting you on the list right now, babe. Hell yeah. Keep rolling here on Murder Church. I do appreciate everyone for being here this morning. It's awesome.
At some point in time?
Growing the church, baby.
Okay, and exhibit
Growing
number
that son of a
20,
bitch.
is that, it purports to be the small blood drop that you collected from the step that you testified about. Is that appear to be
Yeah,
the
that's the blood crust, start breaking up now.
Okay.
Blood crust, I collect the star, break it up.
And
He
did
shakes
you
like
send that
crazy.
to, how did you kept that for a period of time, then you sent it somewhere, is that correct?
Sinead.
I kept it, I
Said Sinead.
asked Attorney Shapiro,
Morning, Dave.
asked the second attorney, Leslie Everson, and what I'm going to do with it. So finally, they tell me send to the LA Sheriff's Crime Laboratory.
Okay. Now, your collection of these two items that we've been discussing, has an issue ever come up in this case where they wanted you to testify about your collection of these items before?
Yes,
Okay, and when was that?
that was in '84.
Okay, can I have a letter report marked next in order, Your Honor?
52?
Okay. Is it 94 or
No,
2004?
I'm 2004. I'm 2004.
What was that number again, Your Honor? Was it 52?
52 was the report.
Okay. You recognize this document, Dr. Lee?
Yes.
What is that document?
This is a letter from me to Attorney Everson.
Okay. Leslie Abramson?
Everson, yes.
Okay, and does it deal with the issue regarding an allegation that you collected some type of a nail, a fingernail or portion thereof?
Yes.
Okay, and did you actually come to California ready to testify in 2004 to the fact that you never collected such a nail?
Damn. First time in the church, and Sinead wants to be on the wheel. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about, and I'm going to get you on that son of a bitch. 249, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Let me get you on here real quick, Sinead. Boom. You are on that son of a... Well, my phone does not want to spell your name correctly. I've never written that before in my life, but here we go. Sinead, hell yeah. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. And you were on the wheel, baby.
This issue, the first lawyer I tell Bob Shapiro is a thread-like material. The second lawyer, I wrote a report say I never collect any nail nor nail-like material. So they say I have to come to court to testify. So I did. I showed up in court. And subsequently, they say, all resolved, I don't have to testify.
When you came to court, you actually came to court ready to testify, then it just didn't go forward with testimony.
Supposedly, yeah.
And did you actually have the materials that you
Kathy,
collected
good
with
morning.
you, just like you did today?
Yes.
Okay.
I have in my note, my material with me.
Okay. Ask that just a travel memo be marked next in order that basically kind of gives us a date and time context.
53.
Thank you. Dr. Lee, I want to show you what's been now marked as exhibit number 53. Ask if you recognize this item.
Yo, Dally, get the hell in here, dude.
You recognize what that is?
This is the item my assistant took down, Attorney Morrissey, tried to find some date for me. It has to be a Friday. June 18, unfortunately, I have to be in Providence, assist them with a case for police. And June 25th, I am not available. I have to go to Pittsburgh to lecture and to Kent Law School. July 2nd, I said maybe, because that day I supposed to testify in New York, but I was able to talk to the court, send my assistant to testify. I will fly to Los Angeles.
Okay, so this is the time that you actually came to Los Angeles, came to court, but did not end up testifying.
Yes.
And at that time, did you actually, your items number 1 and your item number 2, did you actually have that with you at the time?
Yes.
And basically, it didn't go forward, you just kept those and later sent them to the Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
Dr. Lee, with reference to Stanley White, were you asked to review a transcript of his testimony regarding his collection of evidence and observations on the 4th of February of 2003?
Yes.
Okay, and did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you have a different recollection than what he testified about as to any of the things that he saw or observed?
I feel pretty upset. I think my reputation severely damaged because he's acting. I don't even know this person. I don't know why he did that. My recollection, I did not have any conversation. My document, my picture shows the carpet there. Nobody cut in the carpet. He said, setting the light, cutting the carpet, I take a fingernail, put in my handkerchief. I never put that biohazard material in my handkerchief. Just nobody does that. Forensic scientists, we all train to be objective, to be fair. Whatever we found, I reported. Nothing to hide about it. Number one time he said, that's not the handkerchief now, all of a sudden become a tissue.
It's like they're trying to make it as confusing as possible with like a lot of this little bullshit stuff.
I mean, he said the fingernail is red. I just don't know what he's talking about.
Dr. Lee, did you collect anything or look at or see anything that looked like...
Oh, Queen Olive going to come through here gifting out a membership also, and Sheila Duffy grabbing that thing. Hell yes, that's what I'm talking about, baby. Got her rolling this morning.
Welcome to the party,
Welcome in here, Sheila. Thank you, Queen Olive. Going to get your name on this board, baby. Let's go.
a fingernail at that scene?
No, I did not see. I did not collect any fingernail, nor I did not collect any tools. All I did is collect that two thread-like material, which I document before I even pick it up.
Now, with reference to nail or nail-like material, do you know what type of nail material that they're talking about? In other words...
Yes, that's acrylic. It's not really nail. It's so-called fake nail. It's put on top of the nail. Once in a while, we see at the cases I saw or homicide, we see those type of material, acrylic. It's not the real nail.
Okay, so this is acrylic, and is it thin or is it thick or?
Acrylic is very thin because you have to put on top of your real fingernail,
Okay.
all right? And only a small portion missing. It's not the whole nail, which Mr. White said the whole nail. And he also say he often found fingers at the crime scene. In my career, 6,000 some cases, I only have 2 or 3 cases found a finger. He looks like so common in Los Angeles. Every homicide scene, every scene.
Oh shit, Dara came through. Not only was she coming through with some super chats, but she also shared this out over on the X Machine. Hell yeah, appreciate that. Nice.
They found fingers,
Love
fingernail.
those shares, guys.
It's not that common.
Word is spreading.
And the whole fingernail. Also, acrylic is something, it's a synthetic material. He say he saw ridges. Ridges is a term we use to describe the line and the palm and the finger. That's called ridges. On the nail, we don't have ridges. Maybe some nail have some lines, but you don't call like a finger ridges. In addition, he say he saw lead white. Lead white, basically, the bullet have to touch this synthetic material. Scientifically, almost impossible. Acrylic, about 100 degree to 120 degrees centigrade, it's going to deform because it's a plastic. About 160 degree going to melt away. If you put next to a gun, you fire a shot, this whole thing is going to be gone. It's not going to be finding a fingernail. Also, I don't think Los Angeles investigator that incompetent. They searched 30 some hours with dozens of detective, laboratory people, sheriff people, or medical examiner. How can they miss a fingernail? It just doesn't make sense.
Okay. Did you also review some testimony by a Sarah Kaplan?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and do you have any recollection that comports to what she saw?
I think she made an honest mistake. When I use this swab the surface, I put in a test tube, that looks like something white. Maybe she just make assumption, did not even check what's going on.
Is the tubes that you used to do your presumptive blood testing, were they the only tubes that you had at that scene?
Yes.
Okay, and the other items that you collected them in some type of a Post-it bindle, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Can I have a minute, Your Honor?
You may.
In your career, were you ever involved with the Connecticut State Police?
Yes.
And what was your involvement with them?
I was their first chief criminalist and the laboratory director for 25 years. Then I became the commissioner for Connecticut State Police and Department of Public Safety, in charge all the law enforcement activity. Then I retired the third time. The governor asked me to stay on as chief emeritus. As chief emeritus, basically I get paid for $1 a year to assist in major case and training for laboratory people, for law enforcement people. So my career with Connecticut State Police is a very rewarding experience of almost 30-some years now.
Dr. Lee, when you collected these swabs and put them in these vials to do this testing, do you use some type of tweezers to do that? Did you use some type of a holding thing?
The tweezers sometimes helping to take the tube out and helping, let's say, pick up something. I do bring a crime scene kit with me when I go to crime scene.
Do you use gloves when you are at a scene such as this?
Yes, I always use gloves.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Dr. Lee. Nothing further.
Your Honor, can I have just a second? Your Honor, I believe under direct examination, Mr. Plourde indicated that Dr. Lee had brought his original notes.
Oh, I forgot to mention, he also brought a disc of
Oh,
his
Shannon,
original
good morning.
photographs, and also
morning,
he
good
found his
morning.
negative that has those
You had a good
also.
weekend? Have a good
Can we take
weekend.
a break? Thank you. Can we take a break? I've never seen any of these items. As a matter of fact, I've never seen the Stan White
Okay.
photographs. I need some time
Jackson's
to...
pissed. Alan Jackson is pissed.
Take a brief recess.
Yeah,
Thank
the
you,
only
Jeff.
thing with the reference to the negatives, there are some photographs, I'm not sure if they're before, maybe one after, that are not related to this, and we're going to...
You work it out
Okay, very
during
good.
the recess, all right?
Thank you.
And is it okay with the court if I ask Dr. Lee kindly to turn over to me so that I can have a chance to look at the original notes, the photograph, I'm sorry, the negatives, et cetera?
Well, I don't want, you can look at it, but I don't think
We'll
we'll...
worry about who takes possession afterwards, but in the meantime, yes, he'll cooperate with that. We'll be in recess. Thank you.
That's all I know.
All right.
All right, everybody, thanks for being here. I think we're going to keep on rolling with Dr. Lee. Yes, we are. We got another hour 17 with Dr. Lee as he continues his testimony there, and it looks like we're going to get a little bit of Alan Jackson coming up as well. He was mad that he did not have the information that he thinks that he should already have, and that's a pretty common thing in trials like this. Again, thanks everyone for hanging out this morning. I really appreciate it. Murder Church hanging and banging. Let's go, baby. We don't fuck around. We don't fuck around up in this bitch. You know what I'm saying?
I'm telling you like it is, baby.
Son of a bitch!
Let's go.
Hold up! Hold up! Hold up!
Not messing around. And anybody that does not know, we do a second day of Murder Church now, Tuesday nights, 8 p.m. Eastern time. I try to get 2 hours. I try to go to 10, and then this last Tuesday, I think we went over just a little bit so we could finish the video. But I'm trying to get as many of these videos out as we possibly can. This is an insanely long trial. Real life, it was 6 months. So as you can imagine, as I'm watching just on Sundays, it's going to take extra time. So I was like, let's throw an extra day in there. So now we have Tuesday nights as well. And again, this trial was not just picked by me. It was picked by the people. We had a voting system, and it just so turned out, again, hottest trial in a long ass time, Karen Reed. You got Alan Jackson, who was the defense attorney for Karen Reed. He's the prosecutor in this trial for Phil Spector. Again, Phil Spector, bazillionaire, died worth $50 million, rich man, didn't like to be told no, essentially. Murdered a lady that was down on her luck who was also from Hollywood. She was more of a B actress. She did more side gigs throughout the 70s and 80s and television shows, appearances in movies. She was never a A-list star. And then at this point in time, she had started working at a restaurant and sadly got attached to Phil Spector, who invited her back to his home, which he calls the castle, and she did not make it out alive. Again, we're going to keep rocking and rolling here. The will is still up. Let me just make sure I can show that to everybody. The will's still going. I just need to take all those names off there because we got new names filling up as we speak. Let's see where we're at right now, just so we know how many we are away from. And I think I see some cash apps rolling through right now. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're 6 names away from a new spin. I think we got some more. Oh shit! Catherine just came through the old Cash App with a $5 holler. Hell yes! For love attending Murder Church. Thank you so much, Catherine. Love having you here, and she's absolutely always generous with the Cash Apps coming through here. And I'm putting your name on here right now. And I think we're now 5 names away from a spin. Let me just make sure I'm not missing any real quick, Ski. Real quick. Oh, I am actually. See, that's why I've always got to look. Christine. Oh, yeah, Wildside coming through here. Thank you so much. $5 through the Cash App also. Wow, that's what I'm talking about. Getting you on here also, Wildside. Thank you so much. Always fucking generous. Incredibly generous. Boom. We are now 4 names away from a spin this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep rolling.
Actually, you indicated that you had
Yeah, hit that like. Hit the old like ski. Hit the old like ski.
You've had a little better than 40 years of experience working at crime scenes, and you've done some 6,000 different scenes in your experience, correct?
That's correct.
You've worked with Sarah Kaplan before.
Maybe once or twice before.
Do you remember what cases you worked with her on?
O.J. Simpson case. And another one is I think it's related to Weatherman, some type of a radical group.
Okay. And did you do crime scene investigation along with her or in association with her at those in those two cases that you've just talked about?
No.
You didn't do any crime scene investigation concerning the
I'm
O.J.
not
Simpson
familiar with
case?
Dr. Lee.
I did, but
Again, I'm new to this. I'm over a year into this now. I'm about a year and a half into this. Regularly, watching trials anyways. I've always been a part of my life, and I've always kind of checked them out. But I know a lot of folks are deep into a lot of the experts and specialists that come through a lot of these trials. But I'm not familiar with Dr. Lee here. So a little bit of baggage comes with this fella.
she wasn't there.
Okay. Did you meet her after
Drop the deets in the chat
you
there
had done
for
your
me.
investigation
Phil, what's up,
on the
brother?
O.J. Simpson case?
I met her in Bob Shapiro's office.
All right, coming through with some deets. Ask and you shall receive. Phil, this guy got in trouble for planting evidence. Holy shit, that's pretty fucking serious. Wow, okay, Shannon coming through here. I'm not a huge fan of Dr. Lee, has a huge ego. Wow, okay, shit. Yeah, okay, this is from 2007. Was this before or after he got caught doing that? Wow. Mimz's got the right idea. Hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. If you haven't hit the old subscription, if you haven't hit the sub up to Publicly Buzzed here, you're definitely fucking up. Charlene, good morning. Get in here. Let's go, baby.
And that was after you had already been to the scene and made your conclusions, et cetera, and analysis.
I never reach a final conclusion until the lot. We always keep the mind open because it may have some new evidence come in.
Did you find Ms. Kaplan to be an experienced attorney?
Very nice attorney. I don't know what you mean experience in trial. I did not see her performance.
So you two did not work hand in hand in the O.J. Simpson case concerning either her position as a lawyer or your position as a crime scene analyst?
Not to have direct connections.
Okay, but on this case, she was at the crime scene with you, correct?
I don't know. I just do my business. Have so many people there. I don't know. Probably Bob Shapiro asked them to be there.
Okay, I'm not asking.
I have no idea.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm not asking you who asked her to be there. I'm asking you if you remember that she was there.
She was there.
Okay, and did you two have any time to visit with one another? Did you all discuss anything or talk to each other?
Not really.
Okay. She was at the scene with Bob Shapiro?
Yeah, Bob Shapiro, Dr. Bodden, Michael Bodden.
Who else?
Some private detectives.
Do you remember their names?
I remember Stanley White now.
Okay. What about the other?
The other, I think a person called Pavlik.
Okay.
Have some other people.
Do you remember who the others were?
They all look alike to me. So.
Okay. I won't even touch that with a 10-foot pole.
God, Jesus. Does he wear false teeth? Also, look at this man. That's got to be fake teeth. He's got to have false teeth. Am I wrong? All right. The skullet rockin' bald man also with the false teeth. Look at those things. Look at those chompers. Imagine that smile coming at you, first of all, in any setting at all. Look at this fucking guy. Look at this fucking guy right now, bro. No, No. Dear God. I was trying to find this guy.
All right. Generally speaking, you talked about these 6,000 crime scenes that you've done. Dr. Lee, as a matter of protocol, you understand what I mean by that?
Yes.
As a matter of procedure or protocol, is it important, I think you said under direct examination to Mr. Plord, is it important for a forensic criminalist working for the defense, someone with your level of experience, someone who teaches others how to do their job, someone who has a lot of experience themselves doing this type of work, that when in fact something of potential evidentiary value... Sure.
Doing this type of work that... Let me go back. Someone who teaches others how to do their job, someone who has a lot of experience themselves doing this type of work that
when an item of potential evidence is collected, I think you said the first thing an experienced professional analyst, crime scene analyst would do is seek to turn that over to law enforcement, correct?
First thing I usually
It
photograph.
happens a lot. Like, I've never seen again, this is one of the strangest freaking trials. It feels insane. It really feels insane, but it breaks out into laughter like that more often than I think every episode, and maybe not every video, but at least every episode, there's been some kind of outburst like that.
Document it before I do anything.
Where everyone just gets tickled as
to show
fuck.
its originality. Then I collect, preserve it. Because if I don't collect it, so many people trapping in and out that may disappear. So I collect, and that night, this particular evidence I kept the possession. I asked Attorney Shapiro, I say, where should we give it to? He said he going to contact DA or police or authority. That's the word, authority, then make a determination.
So in answer to my question, I wasn't actually asking you anything about this case. I was asking you, hypothetically speaking, someone in your position would know, for instance, that the important thing to do would ultimately, however you do it,
Yes.
through the attorney or through yourself, whatever, ultimately get that piece of potential evidence over to the prosecution, correct?
Yes.
And therefore, it would be important, Dr. Lee, to make sure that, in your words, you document where that item of evidence came from, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and you would document it both photographically and probably in written form, is that right?
Right.
In your notes?
Yes.
And ultimately, if you're asked to memorialize your notes into a formal report, you would document it in your report as well.
Correct.
All of these things are normal protocol, correct?
Yes.
And you knew, in fact, Dr. Lee, that when you got that midnight call or whatever it was in the middle of the night asking you get on a plane and come out to Mr. Spector's residence, you knew that, in fact, you'd probably be visiting a scene of interest, a death scene of sorts, yes?
We don't know.
Well, did Dr. Not Dr. Shapiro, I guess it'd be Mr. Shapiro. Did Mr. Shapiro tell you that you would be flying out overnight and that he might have others there as well, but he was going to ask you to go to a death scene?
I don't believe that is privileged. He's discussed how he got there. Obviously, there are privileged considerations of privilege. We'll have to deal with that, isn't it? He may answer the question.
Okay. He asked me to check on Mr. Spector.
Okay, and so you knew that you were going to be coming out to California to perform your job. I mean, you weren't coming out to go to Disneyland, correct?
No.
Okay, you were coming out to do a job.
Yes.
As a forensic professional criminalist.
Yes.
Yes? Okay. What did you bring with you?
I bring usually my suitcase.
Other than a change of socks, what items?
My magnifying glass.
Okay.
And some testing reagent.
Okay.
Some tube of swab, tweezers, things like that. I don't bring that.
Jay, thanks for that share, brother. Hell yeah, Chris Dewitt coming through with a share. Those are big shares.
9/11,
amazing.
you can't
Thank
bring
you so
knives
much.
and
Wow.
scissors and those stuff on the plane anymore.
But you can bring plastic bags. I mean, you have one with you.
That's what I'm bringing.
Okay.
Get that.
You bring plastic bags, you bring gloves. Yes?
Yes.
You bring tweezers with you?
Yes.
You bring the test tubes?
Right.
You bring the reagents?
Yes.
And some of those reagents include, I'm not sure I understood you, ethanol, phenolphthalein, and
Hydrogen peroxide.
hydrogen peroxide. All right, the stuff I put when I was a little kid on a little cut, right?
Yes.
And it would foam up?
Yeah,
Yeah, see,
that's 3%.
All right, well, I had one chemistry class at
That's
least. All right.
wonderful, wonderful.
So you brought those items with you knowing that those might be important if you were to visit the death scene, correct?
Yes.
All right. You also brought cameras?
Yes.
Sure,
How many
let's get in
cameras?
here.
2.
Happy Sunday.
Why'd you
Thanks
bring
for
two
coming
different
through.
cameras?
Because now
Hitting
everything
that like
start
for
doing digital, so I bring digital camera.
So you brought a 35 millimeter SLR,
Yes,
and you also brought a digital SLR, I'm assuming.
right.
Is that yes?
I don't know. It's a small digital.
Single lens reflex. In other words, could you take
I
the
have no
lens?
idea. I bought it. It's
Okay.
a Sony digital camera.
Okay. You set up what you described as a workstation once you got to that foyer area, correct?
Yes.
And you even had investigators go out and spend time and energy setting up sort of like Klieg lights, like big overhead lights,
Yes.
correct? I think that's KL, I don't know what it is, KLIEG? Something like that.
I don't know what that kind of light is.
It was, it was for the court reporter. you set the workstation up relatively close, I'm assuming, to where you're going to be conducting your analysis, because it's that much more important not to have to walk a long distance with a potential piece of evidence if you were to find such a piece of evidence, correct?
That's correct.
All right. When did you send the two thread-like objects and the carpet fiber, as well as the I think you said crumbled blood stain? When did you send that to the prosecution, or to the crime lab, the LA crime?
Sinead came through with the, first of all, I'm going to give you a follow back, Sinead. Boom, right there on the old Twitter machine. And thank you for that share. I really love that.
I think
Those are super important.
I don't have a,
word out there.
Exact recollection, maybe last year or maybe this year.
Okay. So it was substantially after you had collected the items, correct?
Yes.
Is there a reason, Dr. Lee, that you waited almost 4 years to send those items to the crime lab in Los Angeles, given what you know as an expert forensic criminalist?
I'm waiting for instructions.
Okay. So you had to be specifically instructed by Bob Shapiro or Leslie Abramson or somebody else before you would turn those items over?
Who to send to?
Just got a $10 Venmo from Taryn Dusty. Holy shit, that's fucking awesome. Appreciate that. And she says, passing the Murder Church offering plate, $10 holler. And you're getting on that list for a possible free t-shirt. Let's get them beers, them liquor drinks, them probably nothings, them coffee drinks in the chat. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. Thank you so much.
Did you know that the LA Crime
You guys
Lab
are way too kind.
existed?
Yes, if I sent to them, they will say, why you sent to me?
Okay. Do you remember meeting me in February of 2006?
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, you and I had a nice conversation. We met at the LA Crime Lab, didn't we?
Excellent.
All right. And I asked you a couple of questions about your observations at the scene, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we were standing, I think, in a
3 names away.
Coffee room.
yeah, coffee room, cafeteria-looking room, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You have a better memory than I do.
Oh, I remember a handsome face.
Well, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that.
Just said Alan Jackson had a handsome face. He's not wrong, but holy shit. Just saying, look at him. He's so happy about it. I remember man with handsome face. Wow. Oh, shit. He just came right through.
Son of a bitch!
What'd he say?
Hold up. Hold up.
Damn.
Just chilling.
We just chilling, son.
Respect my house.
Wow.
And I asked you at that time if you had collected anything, and I think your answer to me was, I collected a white thread and no fingernail, correct?
Sure.
All right.
Exactly.
And do you remember me asking you, Dr. Lee, we need to get those items. I need to have those. You remember that?
I don't remember.
Okay.
You maybe ask, I don't remember.
Okay. And that was in February of 2006, correct?
Yes.
And would it refresh your recollection about the time frame that you actually sent those items as the following October of 2006?
Fine. Whoever asked me to send, where to send.
Okay.
I've been asked from day one. Just tell me one person where I'm going to send.
Okay. And you've been asking that of whom?
I think the first lawyer is Bob Shapiro. Second lawyer is Abramson.
Abramson?
Leslie Abramson.
Okay. And
And
who
the
else?
third, of course, the third set of lawyer.
Okay. And who did you talk to specifically? Third set of lawyers?
Set of lawyers. I talked to Linda Bodden,
Okay. And what was Ms. Bodden's response as to who to send these to?
sent to the LAPD, LA Sheriff Department.
Is that an objection or not? All right, thank you.
When did Ms. Bodden tell you to send these
I
items?
don't remember.
Okay.
Just so many stuff I don't remember
Okay.
the detail.
You didn't make a note of that?
No.
When you have a piece of evidence, Dr. Lee, and you've got it in your personal custody, do you think it's important to maintain some sort of a log
Sam, not me looking
to
at
maintain
wigs.
a chain of custody? In other words, to document very clearly where that item is, who has possession of it, when it's sent to another party, things of that nature.
Okay, this particular item is kept in my file. I'm the only one have that. It's not a state police case, so it did not enter it's not a state police case. Did not enter state police file. It's my personal consultation case.
Okay, I'm not sure that answers my
It's
question.
in my file. I'm the only one have the access of this file.
Okay, and I guess my question would be, if you're keeping a personal consultation file, just like you're keeping a state police file that you might be working on, is it still important to follow the same forensic procedures?
Yeah, this is outside the presence of the jury.
Every day I write it down, who call me. If I do that, I don't think I can accomplish anything anymore. I usually receive 200-300 phone calls a day.
So
I don't write it down.
Are you telling us that when you're handling a case for consultation for the defense and you're handling evidence, physical evidence, that you're less precise with your documentation than you would be if you were handling it for the state police?
No, you're totally wrong. It's precise. I photographed, I pick it up, put down my note, I seal it, that's precise.
Okay.
Nobody can say that's not precise.
What are you saying about your lack of documentation about where that item of evidence goes?
The item of evidence in my file, I've been telling you 3 times now, in my file, did not go to any place until recently sent to LA Sheriff Department.
And Dr. Lee, what I've asked you 3 times now is, did you document that or did
Why
you
not?
not?
Have to document? It's in my file. Do
Dr.
you
Lee?
document everything?
Dr. Lee, the interesting thing about our dialogue is this is the one time that I get to ask the questions and you have to answer them.
I already answered.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you again.
It gets spicy, folks. I'm telling you.
Go ahead.
Why is it that you don't document as precisely when you are dealing with a consultation case
go.
as you
Welcome
do
in
with
here,
the state
crackhead.
police case, Doctor?
State police.
Yeah, welcome in here. Good morning, good morning. Hit that
State
like as y'all roll through from the Cali side. Welcome.
police case. This is not a state police case. I don't document every conversation.
So your precision is a little sloppier when you're dealing with a consultation case for the defense than when you're dealing with the state police case.
I don't think that's not something to do with precision. The precision is, did you collect the evidence? Did you document the evidence? Did you seal the evidence? That's precision.
Okay.
If I write down every conversation, who called me, that's nothing to do with precision.
Okay, let me ask you this. I'm not going to ask you about every conversation you had. Let me simply ask you, what was the exact date?
I can't check
Let
my
me finish.
date.
Let me finish my question.
Sure.
What was the exact date, Dr. Lee, that you sent the items of evidence that you finally sent to the crime lab?
Okay, Your Honor, I have a Federal Express.
Just answer his question.
I have a Federal Express mailing receipt. That's the precision date. I did not bring with me.
Do you have your file with you?
I have the file, but I don't keep this receipt in my file.
Why would you not keep an item that logs the movement of evidence in the same file?
That's my procedure.
All right. And your procedure differs from that of, for instance, the crime lab here in Los Angeles and the state police.
I don't know what their procedure. You ask them.
One of the important features of the collection of evidence, Dr. Lee, you would agree with me, is the collection and packaging of those items of evidence, correct?
Yes.
All right. In other words, me, just Joe Blow off the street, I don't know anything about collecting evidence, so I might walk up to this piece of paper and grab it with my hands and say, oh, that looks like evidence. Now I've just touched it and messed it up and gotten DNA on it or something. I've done it wrong, correct?
I think a lot of police done it wrong too.
Okay, well, I'm not a police, and I'm not asking you to speculate about a lot of police. I'm asking you, are there certain procedures that an expert like yourself know have to be followed?
An expert, what we do, whatever we have under that condition, what we have. Ideally, of course, let's say you want to drive a car, you drive a Cadillac. But if I don't have a Cadillac, I only have a Honda, I drive Honda. If I don't have Honda, I have a bicycle, I ride on bicycle. You have to look at the situation, the best situation. I only have a sticker, memo stick, paper. That's why I use.
So you're anticipating my question, correct?
Of course I anticipate.
Yeah.
I call nitpicking that.
Because you know, well, you can call it what you want. I'm still going to ask the question.
Sure.
You know.
I just want to take a quick screen grab. I'm trying to make a Twitter post about how spicy this is with Alan Jackson to get some Get some hype going up here.
Well, my question is going to be, how could you ever, knowing that you were going to a crime scene, how could you ever use this kind of Post-it note, Dr. Lee, to collect an item of forensic evidence or potential forensic evidence? Because that's what you did, isn't it?
It's no difference somebody use a white memo pad paper. It's same paper. It's all manufactured by the paper company. It's no differences. LA Sheriff Department use a memo pad paper. I use a sticker. What's the differences?
Actually, the Sheriff's Department uses an evidence envelope, don't they?
Evidence envelope, they made it themselves or paper company?
Damn, young black economist, get the fuck in here. Hell yeah. Getting subbed up, becoming a member, getting gifted by Shannon. I was using the kick lingo there, but hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Get the hell in here. Give me some beers, give me some liquor drinks, give me some probably nothings there, the little mini tornadoes. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about, baby. And Shannon getting on that motherfucking wheel.
So they use an evidence envelope, don't they?
I don't know.
And it's labeled.
They use a paper bindle. In the envelope, what's the paper bindle?
All right.
Did you check on that?
So again, I get to ask the questions. I'm not under cross-examination. You are, Doctor.
Sure.
Okay?
I just want to get the fact out so everybody understands.
And I want you to answer my question.
I don't want people just
in here.
Gentlemen, if you will, Doctor, allow the district attorney to answer
the referee just stepped in. Judge Die Hard, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, motherfucker.
We don't play around here.
This is gun country.
question. Ask the question, and then you answer the question that he asked. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Are you aware of whether or not...
Yo, I think it's, Kelly Bobelli coming through here. $5 on the Cash App for Sunday services. Praise be. Thank you so much, Kelly Bobelli. Also getting on this thing. Where are we at? We're getting close now.
That's marked and labeled as an evidence envelope.
Objection 352 in relative to this hearing.
Holy shit.
Are you aware of that?
Yes.
All right.
Let's check this
Are
thing
you
out.
aware that the Connecticut State Police, the police that you work so closely with, shoulder to shoulder, uses pre-marked evidence envelopes?
11, one name
to collect
away.
evidence, officially.
Well, I think I might even have it.
Yet, when you came to the crime scene...
Nope. I thought I had another thing hiding here.
Well, let me
One
ask you
name
this
away.
way. When you sent the LA Sheriff's Crime Lab...
From a full wheel spin, baby.
The forensic evidence or potential evidence that you sent them,
babe.
you sent it to them in a Post-it like this that was folded up like I'm folding it right now, and it was labeled in pencil, correct?
That's correct.
Not part of that same precision that you were talking about from the
No,
state
that's
police.
still nothing to do with precision.
Okay. So do you teach your students to use Post-it notes?
Objection 352.
I'll withdraw it.
All right.
I'll move on.
Just gonna bust out from behind that podium and just start going, baby.
One of the other important things, along with the proper procedure for collecting evidence, Dr. Lee, is photographing evidence, correct? I'd like you, if you wouldn't mind, Your Honor, I don't need to mark these. I think it's voluminous, but I would ask Dr. Lee...
He has become my favorite judge.
Just take a quick glance at a series of photos. These are actually...
Dr. Lee not liking... Dr. Henry Lee not liking the line of questioning, not liking the
May I approach the witness?
implications that are behind the questions from Alan
Dr. Lee, I don't
Jackson.
want to take
He's
up too much of your time, but I'm
spicy.
going to ask you to flip through those photographs and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes.
Do you know when those photographs were taken and by whom?
That night by me.
All of the photographs?
I have to check that.
I
You
wish
just
you
tell
would-
me flip it.
Okay. Well, now I'm going to ask you to take a closer look and tell me when those photographs were taken, if you can
I
tell me.
don't remember.
Okay. Why don't you do me a favor and take a look at the photographs and tell me
I
if you
have to
can...
look at my negative. I have to verify each one. I took that night, all right? What time, I don't remember.
Okay. Dr. Lee, I'm going to ask you again. Are you confident? You just flip through them. You can take as much time as you want. The judge isn't going to put you on a time clock.
Yes, I took those photographs.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lee. And I'm sorry to make you flip through those.
I'm sorry to make you flip through
notes. I
those.
thought you sort of had those in mind. Let me ask you a couple of questions about these photographs. All of these photographs were taken that night, according to you, yes?
Maybe. I don't remember.
Okay. Were there any photographs that you saw that you think were taken at a different time?
Right? He's like, You told me to
Probably
flip through it. I was like,
same period of
okay.
Okay, so that, either that night or going
Like,
into the early morning hours of
what
the
are we
next day.
doing here, bro?
Let me call it a visit. That visit to Mr. Spector's house in the foyer on
Yeah, that was
or
crazy.
about February 4th, 2003, all of these pictures were taken at that time.
Some maybe for the package, maybe before I send it, I took it.
Okay, okay. And how many photographs, well, I guess I might as well ask you about that right now. You came to court today with, please help me. We're just trying, Your Honor.
Okay, there we go.
There we go. When you say the items that you were sent by Stan White, is this what we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, this is, Your Honor, for the record, I think this has been, I don't know what this has been
It's
previously.
a picture of the Macy's bag.
Thank you. Looks like 48.
48.
Okay.
Judge is like,
And
fucking stop. It's a picture of a
is that the
Love
picture
God.
of what was in the Macy's
It's got a
bag?
share out here from Disney
And that's,
Nerd.
For the,
Hell
for the
yes.
record, Your Honor, that's court's 50.
Okay.
Is that the,
Love it.
that picture
more
is
than
not
Charlotte.
in this set of photographs?
No,
Okay. Is this the
It's been
only picture
interesting
that you
this
took
morning.
of
There's
this,
a lot of
this
spice
item?
going on in here.
no.
Okay. What other pictures did you take of this item?
I took some close-up of this
Okay. And where are those pictures?
in the original package I gave it to you.
In this package?
Yes.
And could you point me out which picture?
Yeah, morning, Jen. Welcome in here. Morning, Drew. Everybody coming through the door right now. Hit that
Probably
like.
that's right.
Okay. Your Honor, just for the court's
Give the old
edification.
Twitter post a share. Appreciate it. guys.
Dr. Lee has handed me 3 photographs. I guess we should go ahead and mark on this.
Anybody also just coming through? We are one name away from a will
Next
Next
spin.
will be 54.
I am gonna have to. I'm gonna take my
Thank
phone
you.
with me because I don't want to miss any of this. But I'm gonna have to run
I'll
upstairs and
place
use the bathroom real quick. Be right back.
P54.
Keep an eye on everything though. Make sure I'm not missing nothing
I'm
here.
sorry.
C40.
C54.
Date right now
On the back.
The emails.
This is the
Sweet.
second
I'll be right back, guys.
of those 3. C55. And the third, C56, with the court's permission.
Yes.
Dr. Lee, were all those photos taken at the same time?
Yeah.
That's
Good,
this
good
photograph?
point. Again, the fucking
Maybe.
jury's not
I
even
don't
out here
know.
right now. Okay, yeah. Getting ready to head
You
out right now. See,
indicated on
Gail.
direct
Gail's got the
examination
last
that you opened
name.
the package
Boom.
one time,
Kraken
correct?
got that son of a
And then
bitch.
you
Thank you so much,
repackaged it.
Gail.
Right.
Be right back, guys. Incredible.
So all the photos would have to be taken at the same time, Doctor?
Maybe.
Tell me, explain that for me.
It cannot take all the pictures same time, maybe a different sequence.
Okay, I didn't ask you about the sequence. I'm asking, do you understand what I mean when I say at the same time?
Same time,
Same time frame.
same time
Right back.
frame, yes, that's more, much correct.
Okay, so you thought that I meant that all 4 pictures were taken with 4
Same
different
time.
cameras, literally
No, one
flashing
camera
at the
you
same
can-
time?
yeah, same
Is that
time.
what you thought?
Right.
Okay. Where's the packet? Oh. And those are the only 4 pictures?
The carpet.
Okay.
We have the packet.
You've separated 2 more photographs, and it's relatively obvious that these 2 are the packages, or packaged items of evidence that you sent the crime lab, correct?
Yes,
Okay, everything else in this packet was photographed at the scene, correct?
supposed.
Supposedly.
I don't remember exactly every one, so I have to look at it, compare to my negative to make sure. I think the majority, I just look through, looks like majority, it's there. Maybe you can help me out, which one?
What was the reason for photographing this item?
Because I was on a trip, I want to make sure my sergeant, my former sergeant, my assistant now send it to the Crown Lab, but I did not directly send it to. One of my assistants sent to the Federal Express.
Did you, well,
I did not take the package to Federal Express.
actually, I'm talking about this.
Right, that's why I want to photograph before putting the Federal Express.
Okay.
Yeah.
When did you send this in Federal Express?
No, the carpet. I don't know. I did not send it.
Dr. Lee, the carpet's sitting on the witness stand in front of you.
Oh, I'm sorry. The package
Okay.
material. This one I took when I opened it up.
Why did you, back to my question, why did you take pictures of that carpet?
I just want to make sure nobody put something in the carpet, which I
We'll
don't
start working
know.
on this new
And then
wheel.
what did you do with the
Gotta
carpet
spin, baby.
after you photographed it?
I wrapped it in a piece of white paper. I mean this what you call a biohazard bag.
Okay. And that would be the proper procedure for doing something like that, correct?
If I have the bag.
All right.
If I have the bag.
And certainly they don't make Post-it notes that big, correct?
No.
Dr. Lee, what did you do with that item of evidence after you packaged it in the biohazard bag?
Just leave there.
And where did it go?
In my home.
In your house?
Yes.
Not at the lab?
No.
Don't you have a forensic crime lab?
That's State Police Forensic Crime Laboratory. This is a private consultation.
All right.
I
So
cannot put in the state lab.
for all your private consultations, for instance, like the one in this case, where you're privately consulting with the defense in this case, all of those items of evidence are kept in your home?
Yes.
Is there a place in your home that you have designated for pieces of forensic evidence?
Yes.
Can you describe that for me, please?
I have a study. I have a laboratory in my house.
Okay. And that item would have been placed alongside the two carpet fibers, I'm sorry, the two threads, as well as the blood stain that you collected in the Post-it notes, correct?
No, that should be in my case jacket.
Okay. In your
This-
home also?
Yeah, in my home. This is going to be on my bookshelf.
All right. So you had all three of those items together in your home, not necessarily sitting on top of each other, but together in your home at the same time, correct? And you were informed that you were to turn over, there was a court order to turn over all items of physical evidence in your possession, weren't you?
Who informed me?
Why don't you tell me?
I don't know. You said you informed me. I did not
Let me ask you,
receive a
let me ask
notice
it this
from
way.
you.
Let me ask it this way. Were you aware that this court, Judge Fidler, made a specific court order that all items of potential evidence, physical potential evidence, were to be turned over to the prosecution immediately or forthwith by the defense? Were you ever informed of that?
I did not receive. When I received the information, I mailed it right away.
Why didn't you mail the carpet?
Nobody asked for the carpet.
So you didn't mail anything that you
I
weren't
did
asked-
not collect this.
I understand that.
I don't want this.
But you possessed it, didn't you?
It's just sent to me. I have no choice.
Then why didn't you send it with the other two items of evidence? Why didn't you overnight it like you did the carpet fiber, the blood stain, and the white threads?
Did I bring that with me today?
I didn't ask you that, Dr. Lee. Answer my question, please.
Answer the question. I only sent what I collected. I did not collect this.
Were you told?
No, I was
by-
actually, man, I said earlier in the chat there, but I'll mention that in just a minute again. But I was working on the will here.
either Ms. Bodden or anybody else on the defense team that there was a court order that you're to divest yourself of all physical evidence in this case. Were you told that or not?
I was told whatever I collected. So I sent what they collected.
In the packet of material that you just were able to look at. By the way, did you do any kind of analysis on the carpet before you repackaged it?
No.
Did you do any kind of measurements or taking fibers off the carpet, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Take a look at this item. I'll have you take a better look because that's a little bit overexposed. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Your Honor, I might as well mark this as as the court's next in order.
57.
Thank you. I'll mark it C57 on the back of the document. Do you recognize that the ruler in that picture?
Yes.
Whose ruler is that?
Mine.
When did you lay that ruler down by that particular blood stain and photograph it?
When I opened the package.
I thought you just said that you didn't do any kind of measurements, analysis, or anything else on that fiber.
I did not measure. I just put my ruler there.
All right. Was this picture taken in Connecticut, at your lab or at your
Yes.
home, or was this taken
In my home. In my home.
I'm sorry. Not at the scene.
No.
Okay. Yet there are other photographs that you submitted to the prosecution. That have the same type of ruler next to the same blood stain, correct?
Yes.
Did you make a note in a log or in your case file or anything like that about the exact date that you received this carpet swatch from Stan White?
No.
Is there any reason why you wouldn't note that if you received a piece of physical evidence from a defense investigator in a homicide investigation from the crime scene purportedly, why you wouldn't put that in your notes or your case file or something like that?
Because I have a Federal Express delivery.
Do you have that with you?
No.
So that's not in your case file either?
No.
Where's that, Dr. Lee?
Somebody received it. Must be one of my assistants. Received it. I did not receive
this
Federal
is
Express package.
This is really just Alan Jackson preparing for the future Jim McCabe cross. So argumentative, like, Dr. Lee, bro, just give us some information.
Are your assistants trained, Dr. Lee,
you're an
that
expert,
when they
dude.
receive an item of potential forensic evidence, that they are supposed to document when it comes in and maybe even photograph that item of evidence?
This evidence being examined, so many people being look at it, abundant at the scene, I don't consider have any evidential value.
Okay, that's not at all.
Being examined by so many people, so many hours, and abundant at the scene.
Dr. Lee, what I asked you was, do you have in place any kind of protocol at your lab or any other place that an assistant is supposed to log or document when you receive an item of potential evidence in any case?
As I indicate, I wasn't there when they received this package.
Do you have in place any training or a procedure or protocol for your assistants to document this kind of evidence?
No.
The state police do, though, don't they?
The state police does. That's a private case.
Right. Right, and those these private cases are handled a lot more sloppily than the state police cases, aren't they?
It's not sloppy. Sloppy is if somebody left at the scene
You ain't
on the
seen sloppy
street
yet,
for 3 months.
Jackson.
What's the value to document everything? I already left in there for that period of time.
Did you just say, what's the value of documenting everything?
No, I did not say. I said this particular piece of evidence being kept at somebody's house in a Macy's parking, Macy's shopping.
Kathy, I just got your email. Hell yes. Thank you for that. I'm going to have that on the way.
My question is,
She picked the Buzz Mystery shirt, which is The Buzz Mystery shirt's very popular. A lot of people have chosen
You just say, did I hear you
and I wear that one
correctly?
in my
Did you
regular.
just say,
This motherfucker just sitting there smiling, just laughing during his murder
what's the
trial.
value of documenting everything?
No, I did not say
You didn't
that.
just say that.
I did not say. I said this particular piece of evidence.
Okay. Maybe I'm hearing things.
Wow.
How did you collect the blood stain that the prosecution finally did get? I think it's, hang on, Dr. Leo. I'm sorry, Your Honor, there's just
It's all right.
several photographs to have to kind of wade through. Yeah. Exactly. Oh, you know what, I think I may have just found it.
Oh, God in heaven. Double shots of Phil Spector. 2 different angles there. Same live shot, believe it or not.
Here we go. I'm sorry, Dr. Lee.
Cool Phil
All
Spector.
thumbs today. You'll forgive me. Now I forgot what I was going to ask you. It worked.
How did I collect that?
There you go. Thank you.
What the hell's happening?
How is it that you
He just
collected
asked his
this
own
item
question. He just asked his own
I use
question.
a tweezer. Gently
Wednesday, new
scrape
name.
the
Welcome in here.
surface and get it in.
All right. Was it still liquid form?
No,
It was already dry?
cross.
When you collected it, was it already in the form that it's here now? In other words, broken up and kind of crusty?
Gotta be
and
dentures.
flaky?
Dentures.
Or
I
was
did
it
not realize that
collected
he
kind of
wore
one
dentures either.
large piece?
It's gotta be.
Once I
Fucking
start
this giant
collecting
ass
and
teeth wouldn't
start
fit his face.
flick it up.
Nothing wrong with having dentures either.
How did you collect
I was surprised.
these items?
I use a tweezer to pick it up. Friend of
What the hell is
Boston.
this? This looks like actual.
I use a
Matter.
tweezer, pick them up.
And what did you...
Friend of Boston.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
The last word was bloodstain. It's the ones, you use the tweezers to pick it up, and then something bloodstain.
Friend of Boston.
From the blood stain.
From the bloodstain. Thank you.
Is that right, Dr. Lee?
Yes.
From the blood stain.
Thank
All right. These items you described as white thread-like items in your notes, correct?
Yes,
Why do they look black?
because aged, so many years go by.
Okay, so what caused them to turn, in your opinion, what caused them to turn a completely different color
The
from
blood
white?
star from a reddish color, or because the aging, they turn to brownish. It's not black because the
I got your
light-
message, Shannon.
Okay. Your Honor, this is People's 41, and since this is a court's inquiry, may I first?
Yes.
Dr. Lee, if you'd be so kind, if the court wishes to look at that more closely, it's kind of a bad picture on the overhead. Is it your testimony, Dr. Lee, that these 2 items are the white thread-like items that you recovered from the blood stain in the Foyer area?
Yes,
All right.
Let me ask a question while I have this.
Absolutely.
Were they in pieces the way it is? It appears.
I'm gonna pull this over here just because I think it's interesting. I made the post on X about Dr. Lee here, and the architect, who I enjoy their post, and they always have cool posts on X, on Twitter here. But said this gentleman is the world's foremost forensic scientist. He was just deemed liable for fabricating evidence that wrongfully convicted 2 individuals, and this is from a year ago, July 22nd, 2023. Tell me again how law enforcement would never frame anyone, and there's actually an article here too. Oh, the article's gone. Damn, son. Interesting. A lot of spice with this gentleman.
Here's in this photograph.
the 2 pieces, Your Honor, this one
Top
and
piece?
that one. No, this 2, actually.
Okay.
Both inside the blood.
All right.
The blood stain at the scene.
All right.
So I have to use tweezer,
Wow,
take them out from the blood stain.
scary man. You can't
So
trust
this
nobody.
white thread is actually covered with blood stain,
Okay.
which in my note. The little red thing, those are carpet fiber with some blood.
Red
Red
things.
thing in the middle,
Okay.
that's the carpet fiber.
All right. And these went into some form of a paper bindle?
Yes.
All right. That's
Thank
all
you,
I
Your
have.
Honor.
Thank you.
along with your packaging materials or your processing materials, I think you said you had the phenolphthalein, you had little tubes that the phenolphthalein swabs go in.
Hydrogen peroxide.
You had gloves with you.
Yes.
You had a magnifying glass.
Yes.
You had tweezers.
Yes.
Do you have that fancy little flashlight thing that you've got, the little UV light that you showed me at the crime lab? Do you have that with you?
Maybe.
All right. And that tube that you had with you was a sterilized tube, correct?
Well, I purchased, so I don't know. I assume this part.
Okay. You got to assume it's somewhat of a sterilized tube.
Yeah.
All right. Sufficient for collecting evidence.
Exactly.
I mean, that's what it's designed for.
Yes.
Did you see anywhere at any time at that crime scene something that could be described as a small white object that was flat with uneven edges?
No.
Did you pick anything up with tweezers that could be reasonably described as a small white object, flat in shape, with uneven edges?
No.
At any point that you were in the foyer area, was Miss Kaplan in that same area with you?
Not all the time.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
She was in and out?
I did not pay too much attention on what other people does.
And you were in and out as well?
I'm concentrated most of the time in the foyer area.
All right. At any point, did you put anything that could reasonably be described as a small white object, flat in shape, with uneven edges, into a test tube or some kind of a vial of sorts?
The only thing I can think about it is the Q-tip I put in the vial.
All right. Is it your testimony that Ms. Kaplan would have only seen you utilizing that, the presumptive blood test tube and nothing else?
That's all I did.
You never had any other kind of a vial with you?
No.
You never had any other kind of a test tube or anything that could reasonably be described as an opaque thing with a little cap on the top?
No.
And you never put anything in it like that?
No.
So if Ms. Kaplan testified that she watched you pick a
It's
small...
scary to think about. Like, someone in this position's morals can be completely overridden by money or by a power structure, or, you know, most likely in this one, greed, right? Like, and I mean, I'm not sitting here and accusing the man of anything, but just kind of like what we have learned today of Dr. Lee, it's frightening, man. There's definitely other experts out there like this that has that shady vibe. And you can kind of tell when they're lying, you know. At least I feel like that I can. Like, and I know a lot of people can also. But then you have the people with the different opinions that'll come through, you know, and like, you know, I'm not really talking about Dr. Lee in this right now, but, you know, in a trial or something, everybody can see something completely different, wildly different, watching the exact same thing. That's always intrigued me so much. But yeah, Dr. Lee seems a little bit shady.
A white object up that was flat with uneven edges and drop it into a test tube, she would be incorrect?
Shady vibes.
I think it's incorrect. You have to ask her.
While you were at the scene, you indicated that you did utilize those phenolphthalein presumptive test swabs to test the west paneled wall, correct?
Correct.
All right. What do you consider to be the west wall in that foyer area?
If you face the door, on your left-hand side, those have chair, mirror, that's east side.
Okay.
On your right-hand side, that's west side.
All right. So the west wall would actually, if you're climbing up the stairs to go to the second floor, the west wall would be to your right?
To your left.
To my left?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the wall to my right? If I'm climbing up the stairs?
You're climbing up. Now that's the west-west wall.
Okay, so there's a west wall and a west-west wall.
Yes.
All right. Is the west wall the one that you described as having the wood paneling on it?
Yes.
Okay, and the west-west wall would be the one with the white paint on it.
That's correct.
To the right if you're climbing up the stairs.
Yes.
Did you see any item of potential forensic evidence on the white west-west wall.
No.
Visually, I think you indicated in direct examination that you did not see any blood on the wood paneled wall either, correct?
Correct.
The only blood that you saw, other than that, let's leave the carpet out of it, okay, Dr. Lee? For our purposes, let's leave that carpet out of it for the time being. The only blood that you saw was on the staircase, not on the carpeted portion of it, but on a wood portion just beneath the roll of the banister. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And did that blood appear to be directly underneath the roll of that banister?
No.
Okay. Where was the blood that you saw on the staircase?
If you have the picture, put on the
I can get it.
ammo.
I think Mr. Plord showed you. Well, let me ask you this. The photograph that the court was looking at just a second ago, would you agree with me, Dr. Lee, and forget this one for a second before I move on. That photograph right there, would you agree with me that nothing in that photograph looks like a small white object that's flat in shape with uneven edges?
I don't know what she described. You have to ask her.
Doesn't look
It's
anything like
uneven
that.
edge. It's uneven edge.
Nothing
It's
in there
flat.
looks
No,
flat.
it's uneven edge. These two things both are uneven.
Okay, would you describe those items as a flat white object with uneven edges?
No, I described this thread-like material.
Right, so it would not be described as a flat white object with uneven edges.
I don't know what she.
No, by you.
You ask me? No, I did not describe that.
Okay. All right, back to this photograph real quick. Do you have the laser pointer up there, Doctor?
Yes, I do.
Show me where the blood is that you were.
One is here,
That's
around this area.
For the record, Your Honor,
First step,
bottom right portion of this photograph appears to show the first and second steps of the staircase leading up to the second floor kind of landing. The doctor was just pointing to the first step, the wooden portion not covered by the carpet.
Correct.
All right, and
actually you have a close-up picture. I took one close-up much better
Okay.
than this one.
which close-up is that? Is that this?
No, the one before that.
Okay.
They actually show both steps.
This photograph?
That's right.
Does that have a number?
Your Honor, it doesn't, and
We've marked it before, but I'll try to find it. It's the one with his shoes in there.
it is the one with the shoes in there,
So
so
it's been marked somewhere.
it has, Your Honor. For our purposes, it's already been marked. All right, where in this photograph?
One
Is that ours?
in this location.
All right.
Second eye in this location.
All right, so there were two drops of blood or blood stains that you saw, correct?
We cannot call it a drop. It's a small blood stain.
Okay. Which one did you collect?
I collect the second step here.
Was that the larger of the two stains?
Yes.
Why didn't you collect the smaller one?
Why?
I'm just asking, why?
Too small. Difficult to collect.
But not impossible.
Why this crazy people don't collect it? Don't ask me. You know.
Dr. Lee, the crime scene
I did not
people
collect
aren't-
it.
The crime scene people aren't on the stand. You're on the stand. And I'm asking you.
I did not collect it.
Okay.
I made a decision. I
I'm
did not collect it.
Very well aware that you didn't collect it.
Yes.
Now I'd like you to tell the court why you didn't collect it. Why did you decide that it was not worth your time or effort to collect that stain?
I just collect one. That's enough for DNA analysis.
Okay, so all you were interested in was DNA?
To give it, why just do a phenolsaline test? It may indicate that could be blood, but you have to confirm it.
Okay.
If not enough to confirm, it's academic.
All right. So you collected the upper stain, correct?
Yes.
And you did not collect, but you photographed the lower stain, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that the best photograph that you got of the lower stain?
No, you have a better photograph.
Okay. Actually, I don't know if we do or not, but I want you to show it to me if we do.
This will take 3 years. Jesus.
May I approach?
You may.
before I mark these and waste another court's
I
exam.
mean, he acts like he's never done this before, and he's obviously done this
I'd like
before.
you to, then I'll put these on the overhead so we can follow along with the court. Okay, I've put one of the photographs that it's already been marked, Your Honor. I won't remark it, as a matter of fact. This one, I find the number, it's court's 20, is that 25 or 26? 25. 25. Can you point for the court where you documented that blood stain?
This is the first step. I noticed a fresh cut. This fresh cut looks somebody sampled this area. I assume must be Los Angeles Sheriff Department.
I want my name on the fucking ruler.
So I know that.
Put my name on the ruler. I want, when this appears in trial, for them to know who to call. Dr. Henry C. Lee.
Next to it, I tested it's positive.
Come on down, Dr. Henry C. Lee will take care of you. Forensic scientist knows all. We'll help out in any situation. Come on down.
Because it's two so close. One, if they already collected, I don't have to collect that one.
All right, so that stain had no evidentiary value to you necessarily at that time, so you didn't collect it?
Yes.
All right, all you did was make this take this photograph and you moved on?
Yeah.
All right. The other stain, is it safe to say that stain, and you can go ahead and point to it for the court, Your Honor, this is...
Also have a better picture than that.
I got a better picture.
I don't know what number it is, but I know this has been marked as well.
It has.
Where's the blood stain in that photograph?
Yeah.
All right, the right, almost bullseye, dead middle, correct? Why was it important to collect that stain as opposed to the other one?
Because I did not see any cut sign somebody collect this, so I collected.
Okay. So the reason that, well, I'll withdraw that. That top stain is what we got in the Post-it note, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that
Disney Nerd sent me the article. Here we go. Got a little bit more information. This is from 2022 also. The allegations unraveling of deceit in 2022. Dr. Henry Lee faced, thank you also for this, appreciate that, Disney Nerd 85. Dr. Henry Lee faced a turning point in his illustrious career during the trial of a high-profile murder case. It came to light that Dr. Lee had provided misleading and fabricated evidence to support the prosecution's case. A team of defense attorneys discovered inconsistencies in his reports and sought to challenge his credibility. The defense team accused Dr. Lee of fabricating blood splatter patterns. What are we talking about right now? Altering photographs. What are we talking about right now? And misinterpreting crucial forensic evidence. The court appointed an independent panel of forensic experts to review the case and investigate the allegations against him. Consequences of deception. As the investigation unfolded, it became evident that Dr. Lee had indeed provided false information and compromised the integrity of the forensic process. His actions not only jeopardized the case at hand, but also cast doubt on his involvement in past cases, calling into question the reliability of his testimony and the validity of previous convictions. That's scary as fuck. The consequences of Dr. Lee's deception were severe. He faced immense public scrutiny and lost the trust of many within the legal and forensic science communities. His reputation, once considered unassailable, I'm going to skip that word, was forever tarnished, and his legacy as a credible expert was shattered. Wow, lessons learned. What could that be? The case of Dr. Henry Lee serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of honesty and integrity within the criminal justice system. Forensic experts bear a heavy responsibility as their analysis can significantly impact the lives of those involved. Maintaining ethical standards and an unwavering commitment to truth is imperative to ensure justice is served fairly. Yeah, man, that's scary as fuck, dude. Like, thank you so much for sending me that. I was interested to see exactly what happened. It's super recent.
This appears to be a cut, correct?
Appear to be a cut.
Kaylin, what's up?
That would
Good
be
morning.
an important piece of
Got a wheel
information
spin ready
certainly
to go,
document in your notes. Is that right?
Yeah. Not really.
As this video ends, we will spin the wheel.
Okay, hold on.
Yo, Amber, what's up?
You did see other
Welcome in
cuts,
here.
as a
Good
matter of
morning.
fact.
Yes.
And you photographed
Jim
those
D,
other
good
cuts?
morning. Everybody walking through the door right now. Appreciate it. First of all, hit that like if you haven't. Really helps us out.
Yes.
Good morning. Good morning.
You documented those other cuts very, very
Oh, cool, Disney. I'm moving that one too.
precisely.
As much I can do. I only one man have to do the note, take the measurement, do the photograph. I did whatever I can do.
It's a tough job, isn't it, Dr. Lee?
It's a tough job.
All right.
Yeah, let's read this article too. I'm super interested in this. She also sent another article that talks about the case. Here he is in his basement. Probably not, but just from what he said a moment ago. Celebrity forensic scientist Henry Lee liable for fabricating evidence that sent men to prison. And when was this from? This is from July 25th, 2023. So a year ago, a famous forensic scientist who weighed in on some of the U.S.'s most notorious cases has been found liable for fabricating the evidence that put 2 Connecticut men behind bars for a murder that they did not commit. The scariest fucking thing you can think about. Dr. Henry Lee, 84, was ruled liable for the wrongful convictions of Ralph Ricky Birch and Sean Henning by U.S. District Judge Victor Bolden in a pretrial ruling released on Friday. As a result of Bolden's decision, Birch and Henning's wrongful conviction suits against 8 police investigators in the town of New Milford will move to trial. Wow, got a police corruption case here. In Lee's case, the jury will be asked to assign a damages amounts. Birch and Henning were convicted in 1989, wow, of the grisly December 1st, 1985 stabbing the death of Everett Carr, 65. So they spent this much time in fucking prison? The pair was known for committing burglaries in the area at the time of Carr's death, but there was no forensic evidence that linked them to the crime. Oh my God. That's horrible. They were ultimately convicted in part thanks to the evidence from Lee, who testified it would be more possible for the then teens to stab Carr 27 times and cut his throat without getting any blood on their clothes. What? Lee also testified that a towel that was found in a bathroom near the crime scene had tested positive for blood stains. It was later suggested that the towel could have been touched by the alleged killers while cleaning up. In 2008, when Birch and Henning were struggling to appeal their case, a new test revealed that the towel stains were not blood, but rather an inorganic substance. What the fuck, dude? The Connecticut Supreme Court ordered new trials for both men in 2019. Why did it take that long? And the Litchfield State's Attorney's Office dismissed both charges the following year. Why would that take so freaking long, dude? But, like, my God, that's crazy. Sorry, I'm cutting a little bit out here right now. What the fuck, though? At the time of the dismissal, Henning, who was only 17 at the time of the alleged crime, had been out on parole since 2018. Whole life gone. Birch, who was 18 when Carr was killed, served more than 30 years of a 55-year sentence. The pair sued Lee, the 8 police officers in the New Milford, in December of 2020. In this ruling Friday, Bolden agreed with Birch and Henning's assessments that Lee never tested the towel. Lee's own expert on photographic evidence conceded that images of the towel did not reveal signs of forensic examination, other than stating that he performed the test. However, the record contains no evidence that any such test was performed. Oh my God. In fact, as plaintiffs noted, Dr. Lee's own experts concluded that there is no written documentation or photographic evidence that Dr. Lee performed the TMB blood test, and there is evidence in this record that the test actually conducted did not indicate the presence of blood. Bolden also criticized Attorney General William Tong's office, which is defending Lee and a number of the former police officers named in the suit. Of course they are. Defending them in the face of this. Lee initially qualified for an immunity defense. Like, these motherfuckers would rather their themselves, the state, themselves personally, look better and more clean than these 2 guys' lives. Entire existences have been fucked forever, and they're just like, we don't want to look bad here. We don't want this to get out. Lee initially qualified for an immunity defense, but the state is no longer eligible to use it. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Lee, who had previously headed the state's forensic laboratory and is now a professor emeritus at the University of New Haven's Henry C. Lee College of Criminal Justice and Sciences. The fucking place is named after this guy, which is named in his honor, has repeatedly denied offering false testimony in 1989 case. Fuck. In my 57-year career, I have investigated over 8,000 cases and never ever was accused of any wrongdoing or for testifying intentionally wrong. Well, and now it's in your face, bro. This is the first case that I have to defend myself. Just 6 years after Birch and Henning were convicted, and it's pretty gross. All right, it's pretty substantial what's happening here. Lee rose to national fame when he testified in O.J. Simpson's murder trial in '95. He later weighed in on high-profile cases, including John Benet Ramsey, the murder of Lacey Peterson, and the reinvestigation into the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. His role as a blood splatter expert during the testimony trial of author Michael Peterson, who was convicted of killing his wife two decades ago, was also covered extensively in the hit documentary series The Staircase, which is amazing. In 2007, Lee was accused by Superior Court Judge Larry Paul Fidler, that's our guy right now, of hiding or destroying evidence in the Phil Spector case. The accusation, however, was later considered baseless. Is it so baseless now? That tied right up to where the fuck we're at now. Wow, thank you so much, Disney.
I'll take your word for it.
Incredible.
Notwithstanding how tough the job is, you took this job.
Crazy and scary as fuck.
And you were going to be paid by the defense, correct?
Maybe.
Okay.
Wow.
You didn't expect that you were going to come out here for free, did you?
Well, I go a lot of time go for free.
I didn't ask you if you do it a lot of times. I asked you in this case, did you think you were coming out here for free?
Maybe.
Yeah. Didn't turn out that way, did it?
I haven't charged him yet this time.
I'm sorry?
I haven't charged him yet this time. This trip, I don't know.
Oh, you mean this trip?
Yeah.
You mean sitting here right now?
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm court witness or defense witness or prosecution witness.
Court's witness.
Court witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The judge is like, I damn sure ain't paying you a dime, fella. You hear me? Huh?
Hey, motherfucker.
We're not fucking around, brother.
In those notes that you took,
Judge Dahar, don't fuck around,
you were very clear
dude.
to note certain of the wood cuts that you found at or around the wood paneling and other places and wood fragments and stuff, because you figured that that might have some evidentiary value, or at least you wanted to note those things, correct?
That's what I see, I noted it.
Okay. And anytime you see a cut or something like that, you're going to make a note of that.
If it's fresh, looks like fresh to me.
Okay. As long as it's fresh, you're going to make a note of it.
Yes.
All right. And in fact, in your notes, you indicated that there were, and I'm going to quote you for a second, several areas on wood panel, west side, were found, dash, fresh cut, period. Correct?
Yes.
Right. This, I'm putting one side
Do one more of these. Steal this guy's likeness.
by side to the next. On the, well, you know what, that's a little bit confusing. Let's do it this way. It's a glossy photo, Judge, I'm sorry, but I'll give you the original.
It's all right.
Unfreeze it. Oh, there you go. May I mark Sudi Sahab as people's next in order?
I'll note your highly technical solution to the problem.
That's a good question. That would be interesting to know, Craig.
Your Honor, for your edification.
That'd be really interesting to know.
I believe this is already, I think this has already been marked. Okay. I don't need to remark it. This appears to be the...
45.
Thank you. This appears to be the bottom portion that Dr. Lee testified earlier was the molding, and then a place just above the molding that was fresh cut.
About how it feels.
That's what you were noting in your notes when you said fresh cut, because that was important.
Whatever I noted, I write it down.
Okay, so anything that you would have noted of this nature, you would have written down.
I don't know how important it is, but I write it down.
But anything of this nature, you would have written down, just like you wrote down in this particular instance. And as a matter of fact, you went even further. I think you said you had 2 pages of notes and 1 diagram. And on the diagram, you even wrote the word cuts next to your little hand drawing of the wood paneling. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And you even indicated little circular, like almost oval little things to denote the wood cuts, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Show the court, if you wouldn't mind, where you noted in your handwritten notes or on the diagram this fresh wood cut.
I did not write it down.
I'm sorry?
I did not write it down.
Well, did you write it in your diagram?
No.
Didn't you just testify that it would be important?
I did not say important. I say this was a cut. I did not collect that. I swap it.
Okay. I won't put words in your mouth. Didn't
Yeah,
you
missed
just
that one doing
testify that you wrote down every place that you found a fresh cut on that wood paneling or the surrounding area?
He's not buying it
to
either.
know
Where
Jeff
those
those
don't
fresh
fuck
cuts
around.
were in your notes.
He's
I
calling
did not
shit the way he
write it
sees
down.
it, the way it
Is
should
there a
be.
reason why you didn't?
And he's in the
No
position where
reason
he
I
can do
forgot
it.
to write it down.
Could it be, Dr. Lee, that that's not a fresh cut, but rather a small white object with uneven edges, flat in shape, that's
No,
sitting on
it's a
top of
cut.
the stair?
It's a cut.
You're sure about that?
I'm sure about it.
In your opinion, do these two items look similar, Dr. Lee?
It's a cut. Every cut, it's not going to be similar.
You took.
Tell me somebody
Dr.
cut.
You answered my question.
He may not have answered the question. Let him finish his answer. Go ahead, sir.
Each cut may have different direction, different force. You cannot find two cuts are similar.
So of course, with this cut, in your packet of photographs, you took minimum of 4 different photographs of this, correct?
No, the other cut, different cut. That's a different cut.
I have just a second, Judge.
You may.
Dr. Lee, do you recognize these 4
Oh my
photographs?
God.
Yes.
What are
I
these
know this is
photographs?
completely off topic, and I don't care because it just popped up in my feed. I was over here for just a second, and everyone's gonna get to see it because it's freaking awesome. Look at this alpaca. He just got his wool shaved off. Look at this guy. Oh my God! Get that music out of here. Wow. Look, oh my God. He's like, dude, what the hell did they do to you, bro? Oh my God, you gotta go out here and walk around like that. He's like, I know, dude, what the hell? It's fucked up, man. Cold as hell, freezing. Oh man. It's like he's coming out from the fitting room. He's like, how's it look? Is it okay? This is fine? It's like, dude, what did they do to my homie? Oh my God. I don't even want to be seen with you. I'm gonna get out of here. Please don't follow me. Oh my, no, dude, don't leave me. Oh man, come on, dude. I didn't have a choice. Oh Lord.
This photograph represent 2 different cuts.
All right. Does
Well,
one
Dr. Lee
of them, is
break.
one of them the cut as you put it on the left?
Yes.
All right. What about the photograph, the second photograph in my left hand?
You are mixed 2 together. Hold on a second. Let me help you sort it out.
Oh, I don't know that I need that much help, Doctor.
Oh, you definitely need help. Here. Everybody need help. This is a different cut in different location.
You're holding up a picture on the paneled wall, correct?
You give it to me. That's
Okay.
one. Yeah.
And for the court's,
That's a different cut than what I show you.
The picture that you just handed me, is that the one on the left?
No,
It's not. Is it the one on the right?
no,
It's another one.
another one.
Okay.
maybe I can help the court a little bit.
All right.
I'm aware of this. I know exactly what I'm doing. Dr. Lee, on this wood paneled wall, there were 3 separate cuts, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's-
Why don't you point to the court where they are?
Here one.
That's one, and that's the picture that you just showed, the close-up that you just showed the court, correct?
Right.
So you took this photograph to
Right.
document those 3 cuts as an overview, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and then you took close-ups of that cut on the top,
Right.
a couple of different close-ups, correct?
Just one.
Okay, what about the cuts on the bottom?
And cut here,
And then the one on the molding?
one on the molding.
Okay, so
So I
that's-
took 2 pictures of this.
All right. As a matter of fact, you took a second overview picture as well. So not just one overview picture, you took a second overview picture.
That, no. This is show demonstrate different point. The carpet, that shows the carpet.
It shows the same wall, but you're using it for different purposes, is that?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
That's exactly what I tried to say.
And then you took close-ups of the cut higher up on the wall, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you took a close-up of the one where the molding and the one just above the molding is, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you took a second one without the ruler of the molding and the one just above the molding.
This one is basically put the cup in the center. The other one put the molding more in the center.
Okay. And then this one is yet another photograph of those bottom two cuts, correct?
Shows now the carpet area.
Okay, so you weren't trying to show the bottom two the bottom two cuts at this location. That's not what you were trying to show with that photograph?
16 minutes till the wheel spin. 16 minutes.
Yes.
Even though those two cuts appear, even though those two cuts appear almost dead center in the photograph, correct?
No. That's the camera angle is from this side.
Right.
That center should be 90 degree.
Okay. So
Yeah, dude. Thank you so much for posting that in the. I'm gonna put the Discord link in the chat also for anybody that's not in Discord. The thing is getting hyped up. There's lots of chat always happening. But yeah, Defense Attorney Meow just put in the Murder Church text channel in the side over there the picture that they screenshotted of Judge Dowhard looking at Dr. Lee like he's just like, okay, sure.
This cop
He's
is
had enough of
become a
this guy.
circle now.
right.
Thanks, that's
Because
awesome.
oblique
You also
angle.
get the link in your thing,
Basically,
guys.
I tried to show the carpet.
And the whole point was to take these
Anybody that wants to
photographs from
join
different
Discord,
angles, different
free.
lighting conditions, just like you explained, because those cuts can look differently depending on the light and the angle and the distance from which you're taking the photograph. Isn't that right, Dr. Lee?
No, I said the purpose of taking this picture, I tried to show the carpet. Just happened, the cop in the photograph.
Oh, so that photograph isn't of the wood chips in that picture. You're actually photographing the carpet.
Most.
Dr. Lee, you took several different photographs of the cuts that you noted in your notes, right?
Yes.
And you took them from different angles, didn't you?
No.
Well, we
As I say, this picture, the purpose, I want to show this carpet area relative clean. I want to show this carpet area.
Is it important to take, because you said lighting conditions can differ, is it important to take several different photographs or several different angles to make sure that you can document, if you're ever asked in the future, what something looks like in a picture, correct?
I already document.
Yes or no? Is that a good way to forensically document something through photographs? Take different angles?
Not really necessarily. You certain angle you cannot take. You just take whatever angle you can take.
And of course, in this case, where the cuts were, you took several different photographs of those cuts, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where this
Yo,
cut
Brooklyn,
is,
good morning.
as you
Welcome
say,
in.
that's the only photograph, the only one that you took of this particular object, isn't it?
I have two, another one.
This one?
Yes.
Okay. How about different close-ups?
No.
The hell can you see from that?
Just this one.
Yes.
Yeah, just one more.
You may.
Did you do any presumptive testing on either of the bloodstains on those bottom stairways? Bottom
Either
stairs, I should say.
bottom stair?
Any presumptive testing on either one of those bloodstains?
Yes.
Either the one you collected or the one you didn't collect?
Yes,
Which one or both?
both.
Okay. And you said, I think you said at one point that one was a positive and one was a weak positive or something?
No, these both are positive.
Okay,
The
what-
weak positive is some panel,
The wood paneling,
wood panel.
where you saw no blood?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did not visibly see a blood drop.
Well, is there any other way to see something than visibly?
If I bring in my crime scene light sources, may be able to do that.
Okay, but visibly you didn't see anything. You saw no blood on that wall.
I did not.
Okay. And I guess it goes without saying, based on that answer, well, you don't like when I say that to you, Judge. Can I assume that you didn't collect any blood off that west panel wall?
No, I did not.
I want to watch trials with
just
this
moment.
judge now. like he's been perfect. Like there's not a moment where I'm like, oh, he's going this way or he's going that way or he's trying. No, he's just incredibly impartial, actually. Thanks everyone for coming in here today. I appreciate that. If you have not hit the like yet, please do so. I have a full house today. I love it. Love to see the church full on a Sunday morning. Don't forget, guys, there is a second day of Murder Church now, Tuesday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern Time.
That's all I have this time around.
Redirect?
Dr. Lee, when you arrived at this particular scene, what was your understanding as to whether or not any law enforcement agency had already gone through the scene to collect evidence and preserve evidence before you got there?
Yes. What I understand, different law enforcement agency, forensic scientists, and medical examiner already spent 38 hours collect everything.
Did
They
you
give up the scene at that point.
Okay, when you arrived there, were there still some law enforcement agencies that basically turned it back over to Mr. Shapiro and yourself?
Yes.
Okay, and were they some sheriff's officers?
Sheriff's officer, they say they finished the scene, now it's ours.
Okay, and based upon your background and experience, you know what that means, that they had already processed the scene, collected what they felt was relevant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and there was some testimony here by a criminalist for the Sheriff's Department that
love that.
if they see blood, they may collect some of it, but not all of it. Is that unusual in your opinion?
That's not unusual.
Okay. And when you saw this notch or this imperfection in the wood, was it your thinking that that was at least collected or sampled in some way?
Yes.
Now, the scrapes on the wall, do they appear to be sampling scrapes or something different than that?
Appear to be something cut from the panel.
Okay. Now, Dr. Lee, with reference to this carpet that was sent to you, this one that you have is, I think, exhibit number 51, you had already seen that at the scene. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you knew that the law enforcement agency had not collected it, correct?
I know they already collect everything they wanted.
Okay. And did you feel that it was important to cut out that carpet and take it with you?
No, not at all.
Do you think it has any evidentiary value now?
I don't think so.
Okay. And with reference to the two things you did collect, did you collected them in some bindles, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, are you familiar with what materials bindles are made out of, in other words, in general?
Bindle just paper, but in the East Coast we call druggist fall. But in the West Coast they call bindle, druggist fall.
Druggist.
Fall. F-O-L.
Druggist bowl.
Fold. Thank you.
Right. Basically, you collect something like a little scrape of blood and you put it in a piece of paper and you fold it up and then you put it in an envelope, correct?
You collect hair, you collect fiber, glass, anything small. You take a piece of paper, you fold it up like a packet.
All right. And is there anything inappropriate by using a Post-it as opposed to another piece of paper?
No.
The blood stains that were on the first and the second steps that you saw, the ones that you could visualize, you tested with phenolphthalein and they got a positive reaction, correct?
Yes.
And are you able to say whether they were blood drops or anything such as that?
That is consistent with a blood spatter, smaller than a drop.
Can I have a minute?
You may.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Recross. All right.
Judge, that's all I have.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
May the witness step down?
Yes.
No
All right.
objection.
Thank you for being here. You may step down.
Now, what I'm going to do with this? I don't want to be
Your Honor,
accused.
I have a member of the, if she agrees, I have a member of the crime lab who's actually here. If she would agree to take custody, I simply need to ask her.
Sir, will you take, Dr. Harrell, I'm sorry, did you take custody of that?
You know,
Yes, I actually brought lab receipts with me, speaking about the possibility
weird, too.
of seeing photographic negatives, which we also see as evidence.
Right.
So I can receipt it and give you a copy.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm having a...
I'm sorry.
It's here.
Can receipt it and give us a copy.
I can receipt it for chain of custody. And
Okay.
give you a copy that I'm taking custody of it.
Fine. Counsel, do you stipulate that do we have a number, any exhibit that you want released? If you'll give me the number, we'll release it by stipulation to the crime lab. They'll keep it in their custody to be brought to court if necessary.
Yes, that's fine, yeah, that's Exhibit 51.
That, I think at 51 is the,
Right.
yes.
And we're not agreeing that it's necessarily evidence or has evidence.
I'm not asking you to. I'm
Okay.
simply saying that it's been
Yeah,
marked as an
strict nine.
exhibit. The exhibit is being released to the crime lab, the sheriff's crime lab, to keep in their custody.
That's fine.
And anything else? I don't
Yes.
think the negatives were not marked, were they?
They weren't, but that was the next point I was going to bring up. There is some value to our maintaining the negatives, at least, or taking custody of the negatives for certain analysis. And I understand Mr. Plord has an objection to certain of the negatives being possibly attorney work product or attorney-client privilege, and I'm not interested in those. He can cut those off.
All you need to do, since they haven't been marked as an exhibit, you agree among yourselves, which apparently is not a problem.
Yeah, we don't necessarily think they're discoverable. They looked at them. If they want to look at the ones of the pictures that we have, that's fine. We'll just sit down and we'll parcel them up, and as long as they agree to get them back
Absolutely.
to Dr. Lee within a reasonable
All right,
Absolutely.
that's fine. All right, may this witness now step down.
Absolutely.
Thank
Now, he
you.
has his original notes that they've looked at too, and they have not been marked either, but they've looked at them. I don't know that there's any issues there.
Your Honor, I can go. The only thing I'd like to do with Dr. Lee's notes, with his permission and the court's permission, is to scan them. I've got a photocopy. It's very, very hard to read. I do have a scanner upstairs.
There shouldn't be any problem.
No problem with that.
Okay,
All right.
before he leaves, I'll do
Anything
that.
else?
No, that's it.
Thank you for being here. You may step down, Doctor. All right. All right. Do you plan, does either side plan on calling any other witness in this matter?
Yeah, we're planning on calling Sarah Kaplan
Fine.
back, Your Honor.
All right. Was that at a
Been a while
different
since we had
date?
done a little bit of this side
Yeah, in fact, we were
business.
following up on
Kind of
some
forgotten
things.
about it.
That's fine.
Now, it may turn out we decide not to, but at this point, we're planning on doing it.
That's fine. That's all I wanted to know. So is there anything else we can do then as concerns this hearing, since it apparently is going to be put over for possible further testimony?
No, Your Honor, not at this time, not from the people.
The only thing I would like to address is the release of...
Yes, I have that right in front of me, and this is the perfect time to discuss it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You have filed a motion in support for release of biological material for independent testing. I have read and considered your motion. I don't believe the people have filed a written opposition.
That's correct, we have not.
All right? Do you have anything you wish to add to your written motion?
Yeah, only that we want to make sure that at least the record is clear that the seminal case of Meredith is that basically the law enforcement has an opportunity to collect stuff and you can't interfere with that. And if they miss something like a gun or whatever that they basically didn't collect or have the opportunity to collect, you have to turn that over. This is all stuff that they reviewed, they just chose not to collect. But we don't even have to get to that issue with this particular item of evidence. It can be split, you can do multiple tests on it. We just want to do a DNA test so that there's never going to be a question that biologically this, what appears to be blood that presumptively tested positive for blood, can be DNA identified as to coming from Lana Clarkson. That's really our whole purpose. We're not going to destroy the entire exhibit. We think there's enough DNA in that sample for multiple tests. For some reason, they're not moving forward with it, and we want to do it. We want to get that started so that it doesn't cause a delay later on. And we think that can be done quickly, within 2 or 3 weeks, but it does take, most laboratories don't do short order type stuff within 10 days. You got to get in line, and we want to get this in line to a laboratory.
RX Girl starting out
Once
the
again,
next
CSI
wheel with a
with
little
its immediate
$2.99
DNA
super
testing is
chat.
not
Thank you so
accurate.
much,
Not
RX
true
Girl.
whatsoever.
Appreciate that.
All right. Mr.
Check the
Jackson.
apps here
Now
also.
that we've been waiting a long time to
About
get
that
those
will
negatives,
spin,
I think
guys.
there's some reasonable analysis that needs to be done utilizing those. We're not trying to stall. We certainly have no objection
much.
at some point to defense seeking to do whatever DNA analysis they do, or more likely we will do the DNA analysis with their expert in tow.
Girl. Also, I think she just got her
But
shirt,
before
actually.
that's done, before
Past
any of it
winner.
is consumed, which some of it will be consumed, not necessarily all of it, there are some structural analyses that we need to do of what we received from Dr. Lee. We couldn't really do that until we get these negatives.
There's two different issues as it's being presented to me. Mr. Plord is telling me you can do a split, and they just need to be given the split so that they can analyze their evidence. You're telling me it can or cannot be split.
That as it sits now, some of the potential evidentiary value is how those, to use Dr. Lee's words, those crumbs are broken up. There is some structural analysis, basically, to putting those back together.
Once your analysis, your structural analysis is complete, are you able to split it?
Absolutely. I think so. I think there's enough there to split.
Don't talk, Dr. Harold, just you can consult with.
Yeah, I think there is, and if there's not, then I will accommodate.
Then we have a different issue.
We do, and I will accommodate Mr. Plord in possibly we do the test and he has his DNA analyst there to either watch the protocol or review the results or whatever. I mean, it's done all the time, so.
I'm very familiar with that particular issue because I just dealt with it in a capital case. But
okay.
The only question right now, Mr. Plord, as I understand it, is when you, assuming that it can be split, is when you get it. Okay. Well, the people have made a showing as to why they need to do something with it before they release it to you, if it can be released. So as long as they move with all due haste, that's fine.
I understand what they're saying. They've had the material for well over 6 months. Let's get it done. We've got, I think.
Shit. Afton coming through, gifting out a membership, and Sinead, who is first time in the chat here today, first time in the church, getting membered up. That's what I like to see. Beers, coffee drinks, liquor drinks, probably nothing's in the chat there. Welcome the hell in here. Welcome to the party, pal. Love it. I always love some new folks coming through here. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Sinead, there's a lot of cool members-only stuff. There's 3 new videos from the past few weeks that are only members-only, and there's going to be more stuff coming soon. Welcome in here.
If the court gives them a reasonable deadline, we'll get it done.
How much time do you believe you need to do your structural analysis before we reach the next stage?
In the next 1 minute. We'll spend the next minute
with Dr. Harold.
If you have not hit the like, do so. 2 likes from 69. Nothing finer than a 69er.
Dr. Harold just indicated it would take days. I asked her more specifically how many days. She said probably 2 weeks.
All right. I will give you, in an abundance of caution, 20 days.
Okay.
To get that done and report back to me whether, if once you do it, you can provide a split to
absolutely
to the defense. I don't need to be involved. If you do not have enough to do a split, then you come back into court and I'll deal with that issue.
I'd like to have it 10 days, Your Honor, simply because once we get it to a laboratory.
I understand your need. They're giving me 14 days. 2 weeks is 14 days. I've given them a short additional amount of time just to be on the safe side before everybody's back here.
Yes.
So the difference in days is not going to make it, for me, a problem at this point. We'll see where we stand after the structural analysis is complete. If it's completed before, and there's material for split, you're to turn it over then forthwith.
No problem.
Okay?
Absolutely.
All right?
I understand.
9:30 on Monday morning. Thank you. Thank you.
Have a nice week.
Thank you. You as well.
In a weekend here. Who's coming up next? Just out of interest, and what is the length? We got a 15-minute next. The judge and counsel discuss motions outside the presence of the jury. We're still going to be on that shit. But what we have right now, ladies and gentlemen, is a wheel spin. Finally! Let's go. Let's go. We had one on Friday night. I think Gail won the one on Friday night. Let's see who wins this son of a bitch right now. Right now. Tara and Dusty, winner, winner, let's go.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Tara and Dusty, I think she had to go to work, but I will let her know the next time I see her in chat or anybody else say you just want a shirt. I'll just need to get her which shirt she wants from the merch store, her size, and where to send that bad boy. But hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And then, yeah, we just started up a new wheel with RX Girl. And, yeah, after we fill up the next one, we'll get another spin going. Thank you all so much. Appreciate it. Not messing around, guys. Not messing around. Yeah, let's keep rocking and rolling this morning.
sides. The defendant is not present. I assume you're waiving his presence under 977?
Yes.
Okay. The people have filed a motion to request the court to order the defendant to allow access to his home for the purpose of scientific testing. I've read and considered the motion.
We're up to episode 16, Paige Miller. Unbelievable.
Defense has filed an opposition.
Chat's for
People wish to be heard. It's your motion.
Hell yeah.
Your Honor, the only thing I would, our arguments, our legal arguments are based in the,
you guys are amazing.
At least inserted in the motion. The only thing I would draw the court's attention to is in the opposition, it seems to be directed toward 1054. This is not a reciprocal discovery question. This is an ongoing investigation question. And it's predicated or founded on the fact that we've gotten such late discovery, and based on Dr. Lee's testimony about where the blood drop was, where his memory of the blood drop was, the fact that the photographs come from him, the diagram, the hand-sketched diagram that's not to scale, we have no way of making a full determination as to where the blood drop was and being able to measure it without getting in there. The photographs are taken factually, they're taken inaccurately. I don't know how Mr. Plord can say otherwise. There is a plane and parallax problem with a photograph. I have a ruler here, and I want to take a picture of something that's sitting on the table. If I want to take a picture of the top of it and get an accurate measure of the top, the ruler would need to be suspended at the same plane or parallax that the top of the cup is. If I want to take a picture of the bottom and measure the bottom, it needs to be there. This photograph, or the photographs that we were submitted, has the ruler suspended in midair somewhere between the blood drop and the camera lens. That gives us absolutely no accurate indication as to the size of the blood drop, and size determination is going to be incredibly important. The reason that we went ahead and filed this on Friday and are asking for a relatively expedited access is because the court has given us a very limited time frame, 20 days, basically, to get all of our analysis done. We're trying to comply with the court's order and get that analysis done as quickly as possible. This is not going to be overly invasive. We simply need to get in there to that area, make some measurements, take some photographs, and get out. That's what we're asking for.
Thank you. Defense?
Just briefly, Your Honor, I wasn't clear what the issue was as far as what proceeding they wanted to do this investigation on, but as we've also filed this morning, basically just putting in writing what Mr. Brunon had mentioned before is that, sorry,
The record requirements. Spector's not present. Go ahead.
That this hearing that the court is having is not, there's not a lot of legal authority for it. We're having the hearing. We're doing what the court is directing us to do. But there's really no legal requirement that the court order discovery or has the authority to order discovery regarding the hearing. The only discovery in a criminal case is the statute 1054. They're in effect asking what sometimes happens in civil cases, a site visit or a location.
I'm surprised they're doing this during the trial.
Is it to investigate something like, let's say, a slip and fall type case? Well, the case law is very clear that there's no legal authority for, in effect, a discovery proceeding in the home of Mr. Spector. And I think the fact that it's the home is particularly significant here, given the constitutional guarantees that are attendant to that. So I've cited the cases that I feel are relevant to the issue. We feel very strongly about it. This has come across, sort of during the middle of this hearing. I don't think there's any real reason to rush this. I mean, we're having the hearing this morning, but we're going to, we're going to oppose this, vigorously. The blood drop is not the focus of this hearing. It's the allegations that were made by Mr. Diamond, the evidence regarding Mr. White, which has been around for years, and also the testimony of Sarah Kaplan. In other words, how does the blood drop and where it was really relate to those issues? So it's not this hearing that we're having that really this is needed for. This is really the people's wish for discovery regarding Dr. Lee's opinions and so forth that are very, that are set forth in his report and his notes. So we'll submit it on the basis of our opposition. We'll also submit it on the basis of our continued opposition to the court's inquiry, and we filed a brief on that subject this morning.
Yes, I read it. People?
I'll submit, Your Honor. I think the court's armed with all the information that it needs at this point.
I may be armed with all the information, but you've cited me no law that allows me to do what you want me to do.
Your Honor, the reason that we asked for the court order is because we didn't want to go. We wanted this to be a full, complete hearing kind of up front. We could have asked for a search warrant.
I was just about to say, it seems to me your remedy is to apply for a search warrant.
And we could certainly do that. We opted. I mean, that was those were kind of the two choices. We didn't want it to appear as though we weren't giving the defense notice, that we weren't giving the court notice, that we weren't doing it in full open view for everybody to see and hear. That's why we opted for the option of the court order. And I think the court does have an inherent authority to allow the prosecution access to the general areas of investigation. Mr. Plord brings up this, the hearing concerning the missing white object. This is not necessarily attendant to that hearing. Certainly this has come up through Dr. Lee's testimony, but this is attendant to late discovery. We have been asking for those negatives for weeks and weeks and weeks. We got them on Wednesday when Dr. Lee decided to finally join us and bring them with him. This is an ongoing investigation. It always will be until the end of the trial. If this happened at a Kmart, we could simply walk into the Kmart because it's open to the public, or let's say the sidewalk outside of Kmart, it's open to the public, and we could take our measurements. This happens to be inside the foyer of Mr. Spector's home. That's why we needed the court to get involved.
And there's the difference between the Kmart. This is someone's home. Although it may indeed have been a crime scene, the crime scene at some point was released by the people. Even with Dr. Lee's late discovery, the bottom line is it still would.
I'm glad you asked, because we just had one of these will spins, and anybody in here that is unsure, maybe you're just coming through, maybe you're just passing through, maybe you're lurking in the back, maybe this is your first time here. But one thing that we're doing right now, we're giving back is what we're doing something really fucking cool. We have the most generous people here in the Buzzed community. All right, the Buzz Nation is growing all the time. And every time anyone donates any way possible, whether that's through the Cash App, whether that's through Venmo, whether that's through PayPal, whether you're buying a coffee, whether you're doing supers here on YouTube, whether you're over on Kick subbing people, whether you're gifting out memberships here, when you give here to the nation, your name gets put on a wheel. And once we get 12 of those sons of bitches, we spin it, and somebody, or whoever wins, rather, gets to pick a shirt from PubliclyBuzzed.com, from the merch store. And we have a lot of dope shirts. I'm glad you asked about that, Oasis Cat. Thank you very much. And yeah.
Have taken place long after this crime scene had been released and someone is living in their home. I don't believe that whatever inherent authority the court has allows me to invade someone's home absent a search warrant. So whether you come to me or go to some other judge and attempt to show probable cause for the issuance of certain...
Gail just showed us exactly what you got to do. I started playing that while it was just on me. I'm just looking like it's going to be playing. But Gail, while I was looking in the chat there, gifted out a membership, and Brooklyn's going to grab that. Hell yeah. Nice, nice, nice. And while that is happening, I'm on the wrong screen there. I'm going to put you on the list here. How many are we up to now, Gail? Let's see. Gail's also a two-time winner. Gail won on Friday night. Gail gifted. Thank you so much. That's 2 names on the new will. Hell yes. And anytime we get a new person in here, first and foremost, we give them a beer ski in the chat. We give them maybe a little liquor drink, maybe a little mini tornado. You see these right here? You guys know what those are? Do you see what those are? Maybe wink, wink. Wink, 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 wink.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Get the hell in here.
A search warrant, you've certainly gone on record that you've revealed that you're not doing this, in the form of an ex parte motion, though a search warrant would be. Everybody's on notice, but I'm not going to sign an order on my own saying that you can go into Mr. Spector's home.
Then we'll address it in the other form.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. We've thought of that. Mr. Bruno and I discussed that very issue, that's one theory that they could come up with, given the fact that there's a staleness issue, and I don't know whether a search warrant is legally proper.
Nor do I. And I'm not opining that a search warrant would be signed by myself or another judge. I'm simply saying that's another alternative that someone can apply. It doesn't mean one is going to be issued, and I'll just leave it at that.
Right. And the same, at least we have some remedies if it's issued, 1, 2, if it's issued improperly, we got motions we can bring, and
absolutely
very good. So Again, we don't want to suggest that we're agreeing to that procedure, and I don't think the court has said that either. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown?
One final point on that subject, and then another subject. Just we wanted the people to be aware of not only the passage of time, the 4 years since the relevant point in time, but also there have been rehabilitation efforts to clean the scene. So the scene is not the same. There's no probable cause to believe it would be the same at this point. They couldn't establish that foundation. So just so everybody is aware of that.
Are you saying that that stain is no longer present?
I haven't personally looked at. I know that the carpet's been replaced.
Oh my God! I want to put it. I'm glad you said that.
Area where the big blood stain was.
This because I want to make a navy grog emoji. Yes. Yes. I'm glad you
Up
said
the stairs. I believe that there have been the stairs have been refinished due to the workmen's little scratches and so forth when they replaced the carpet. So whether or not that particular area has changed, I don't know, and I'm probably not equipped to say that.
Well, somebody should find out as soon as possible, and the reason being, if somebody should come to me hypothetically for a search warrant, then that information, if it becomes known, certainly has some relevancy as to whether there is probable cause to believe that any evidence would be recovered.
There's no stain. I looked at it last night on my way into town, and there is no stain.
Okay.
And Mr. Brunon is correct that it's not, that there are some differences. There's been nothing done since Friday when they filed a motion. We made sure that nothing was touched since then. But way before that, for unrelated reasons, obviously, the carpet has been replaced totally. A number of other rehabilitative efforts, as Mr. Brunon has indicated, and there is no stain there. That would be unreasonable to believe that after 4 years, a blood stain would be there. Nobody would clean it. That just didn't happen. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Like, there's so many different styles of the navy grog. They all look so different.
I would simply say we didn't think there would be a little stain there. We think that the stair is still there, and the stain is sitting on the stair. And through an analysis through our criminalists, the size of that stain could be determined through the grains in the wood on that stair. That's why we need access to the stair, as long as the stair hasn't been replaced.
Do you have any?
There's been some revarnishing and so forth, and I don't know. I didn't analyze the grain of the wood, Your Honor. I didn't do that. But just like the theory that they're going to do this structural reconstruction of the blood drop that was scraped up by Dr. Lee, I asked Ms. Kenny, I said, have you ever heard of that? Because I had never heard of that, and she hadn't heard of it. And I called over the weekend and to a number of qualified experts, says, what is structural reconstruction of a blood drop that's scraped up? And not one of them could tell me what that is scientifically. I'm not sure what they're doing. They could weigh it, but they really can't reconstruct a blood drop that's, and I think reconstructing what they're trying to do here is pie in the sky. But nonetheless, they're free to pursue whatever remedies they want, and we'll just take them one at a time. That's all we can do.
Okay.
Thank you.
As far as your opposition to the court's motion, I think the people need a chance to respond to that. There have been numerous cases, or do you? It's probably an inappropriate time to raise it in any event, since we're not holding the hearing right now.
Right. Whenever they have a time to look at it and respond, I did email it to them.
I haven't seen it.
I think I emailed it to Mr. Dixon and Mr. Jackson and other people over the weekend, but that's fine. Whenever the court has time to address it. We're just asking for some court information.
Oh, the information, without, obviously, since the people haven't seen it, the information, I think you're entitled to it. I don't have a problem with what you're asking for. Certainly from the court, anything I have.
All right. Hopefully there's a navy grog in there now. I'm going to do a little refresh here on the chat. Hold on.
You've already been told about, seen,
sure,
talked about. I don't think there's any court record. I think there's a written order appointing Professor Levinson, which you're certainly entitled to. I don't have a copy of it, but we'll see that you get it.
Yeah,
no problem with that.
Yeah, my thought is before we close out the hearing, we want to make sure we review, do some due diligence as to all of these items. In particular, I asked Mr. Jackson for a copy of this ex-party application that he showed me.
Navy grogs in the chat. Oh, man. Hold on. Why didn't that pop up? Damn, it's not actually coming through yet. Give me some Navy grogs. I want to see if anybody else's Navy grogs work. What is that? Oh, hold on. I'm an idiot. Hold on. I forgot I took it down. Hold on. I got this. Hold on. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. There we go. Navy grogs in the chat, baby. And I picked one that you can kind of see. There's this one online. You can kind of see it there. It's got some like green shit coming out of it. I'm going to show you guys what the one I actually picked, because there's a lot of different styles of the Navy grog. I chose this one because it's pretty because it has the green, basically the leafery coming out of the top, and you can see it good as an emoji. I feel like maybe one of the darker ones, like this one, might not come through as well. A lot of them had British flags in them though. But I picked this Navy grog, so we now officially have Navy grogs in the chat. Let's go.
The declaration, he declined to give it to me. I don't know why we wouldn't be entitled to pleadings.
You would be now that we've had a hearing, quite frankly.
Okay,
But certainly,
okay, very good, Your Honor.
you will get that.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Bruno?
Your Honor, regarding Mr. De Souza, there was a meeting last week that we discussed briefly. I haven't received discovery of the contents of that meeting other than what Mr. Jackson informed all of us in the Chambers Conference. I bring that up today because Mr. Jackson's trying to facilitate
anything
it.
that looks like that.
I just don't have it, and therefore I have purposefully stayed away from any questions that go to why he didn't meet with the defense, what is rationalization or justification. I don't want to open that door. I've informed the people. I wanted to put it on the record that because I don't have the discovery.
Oh shit! And I missed this one while I was doing that. Tiff Knox 199. Please put me on the wheel, Pastor Steve. You got it, Tiff.
I'm staying away from there. I'm not opening the proverbial door.
Okay, so what discovery is it that you're seeking?
There was a meeting between Mr. Jackson and an assistant at Mr. De Souza's house last week. Mr. De Souza mentioned a phone call he had from, he thought, Mr. Shapiro and the contents of that.
Oh, right.
So and that was a foundational fact for allegedly why he didn't meet with the defense. So I'm not asking him why he didn't. I'm not asking him that he didn't. I'm staying away from it.
Okay. Is there anything? Okay. Are we almost ready? I just have a couple pieces of business that have nothing to do with the trial I need to address, and then we...
All right. Well, all I was going to do is, Your Honor, since we're getting close to the end of this hearing, I was hoping to mark 4 photographs. These photographs, as the court may recall, Dr. Lee brought some negative.
Yes.
The offer of proof would be that the 4 photographs that I marked, 58, 59, 60, and 61, are blow-ups of those negatives. 58, the court already has this a little clearer version. 59 would be a blow-up of 58, and 60 and 61 are other wood chips, just for the court's
Well, you can mark them for identification.
consideration in this hearing.
Okay. We'll just mark those so that we have them marked. Those will be court's exhibits.
Oh, puff's good too. Glad I picked that one. Oh, shit.
And let me take care of my other business, and should take about 3 or 4 minutes, and we can start with the jury. Now, I'm trying to, just time constraints. I understand we had met
I need to go through
prior
and
to
do some
trial.
updates
We
on
went
some,
over certain dates that
need some fresh ones.
various counsel were going to need
And you think, man, maybe some wigs.
off that they had prior engagements. We're giving the jurors, obviously, some of them have time constraints where they have to be out of town or get something done, and we had talked about it. My understanding is Wednesday afternoon, we had agreed a juror needs time off to, I believe, get an award from their work or something we had agreed to.
Actually, it's Wednesday morning.
Wednesday, so we'll be in session Wednesday afternoon. Is there anything we can do Wednesday morning then? Perhaps? Maybe more of the hearing? We're going to have some time. I'd like to take advantage of it.
Yeah, that would be fine.
Okay, so let's plan just informally to take up the hearing again on Wednesday morning. And then Thursday, I've been reminded that some of our out-of-town East Coast Council had requested, since there's a holiday coming up, that they please be allowed to go home and spend the holiday at home. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, it's
I think we can manage that, so we won't be in session on Thursday, okay? So that you can plan for witnesses. That seems only fair.
So we're going to have a normal schedule on Wednesday.
On Wednesday, we'll be in session all day. Thursday, out of deference, counselor from the East Coast, they should be allowed occasionally to see family, friends, and enjoy a normal life. So I think we can manage that day off then. So we'll resume in this in just 3 or 4 minutes.
Thank you,
okay?
Judge,
Thank
for
you.
courtesy.
All right.
All right. Where are we going next? I'm going to need to take Dr. Lee off. Next.
Our present.
Got an hour to go. We're going to do it. We're going to go through to 1 today. The driver's coming back. And Adriano de Souza continues his testimony, part 4 of him. So we just got a little bit of a break in there with Dr. Lee. So yeah, let me get de Souza, Adriano's graphic back up here. And we're going to keep rolling this morning.
The jurors and alternates are present. The witness previously sworn and still under oath is on the stand. And you may proceed, Mr. Bruno.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. De Souza.
Morning.
Since we were last here last Wednesday, have you spoken to anybody about your testimony?
No,
No one.
not at all.
Okay. And have you reviewed any
Souza's
materials, transcripts, articles, reports, anything at all?
No. No.
Okay. That was kind of a long no.
Yeah, I got some like papers that you asked from last time, that's it.
But in terms of any prior statement of your own, you haven't read that?
No.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some questions about the night of February 2nd and the morning of February 3rd of 2003, okay?
Okay.
So that's the general time frame we're going to be. Now, the times that you had driven Mr. Spector in the past, those were all social type occasions, is that right?
Yes.
And he would sometimes be accompanied with a woman, a friend, a woman-type friend?
Yes.
Okay.
Most of them.
Okay. Miss Rami Davis, you had driven her on more than one previous occasion, correct?
Yes.
And I guess you mentioned Nancy Sinatra was someone that you'd driven in the past, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on all of these occasions, on these prior occasions, you never saw Mr. Spector with a gun, did you?
No.
Okay. And the little briefcase that he carried, the little leather satchel, you know what I'm referring to?
Getting closer all the time, Lindsay.
The
Under 200 now.
whenever you handled that, put something into it, moved it from the seat, gave it to Mr. Spector, you never saw anything that appeared to be a gun in that, did you?
Right back out and went upstairs to the bathroom. Again, this was the driver that called 911 the night Lana was killed.
On the night, or well, I guess it would be night in February, on the night of February 2nd, you went to Mr. Spector's
Yeah, I
house
guess he
to
just
pick him
wasn't
up,
finished?
to take him somewhere.
I thought he was.
Is that right?
I was under the impression he was
Did you know
done
where
too.
you were going?
Not at that time.
Okay. When you arrived at the location, you noted, or at some point in time, you noted that on the boundary wall, there's some writing. Is that?
Yes.
And do you remember what the writing says?
There's an address, the Mr. Spector's address, and I think it's
Oh
a
shit, I got you,
Pyrenees
Sinead.
castle,
Throwing you
something
back
like
on
that.
there.
It's like a name of the castle, name of the of his house.
Okay.
I think it's a Pyrenees castle, something like that.
Pyrenees?
Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure what the name. Yeah, but like that you said.
Okay.
For me, it's okay.
Okay. Did you recognize that to be Pyrenees, to be a reference to the mountains in Spain?
Yes, I think I studied that in the past. Yeah.
Okay.
I think I studied in the past.
Studied it in the past? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Do you know that that writing, that name of the residence was given to it 90 years ago by the guy that built it?
Sustained.
Do you have any reason to believe that Mr. Spector is the one that wrote Pyrenees Castle on the outside?
Objection, I would call for speculation.
Are you familiar with his handwriting?
No, sir.
The objection is sustained.
When you saw Mr. Spector that evening, how was he dressed?
He was like a black shirt, black pants, and white or cream jacket.
Okay, you've referred to the jacket in the past as white or beige, white or cream. Just so we can do kind of a color check, I guess. Your Honor, I'm holding up a piece of photocopy paper. What color is this?
It's white.
Okay. I'm holding up a manila folder. You see that?
It's a cream.
Okay. So what color was the jacket?
More like that you have in your left hand.
The
Yes,
beige?
beige.
The manila folder?
Yes.
Is that a clear memory you have?
Yes.
So you wouldn't describe the jacket as bright white jacket?
No, it's not white. It's
And you saw that jacket throughout that evening, didn't you?
Yes.
And your best memory is that it's a beige color.
Yes.
When you saw him, was he neatly dressed? That is, were his clothes pressed? You understand the word neat, neatly?
Yes.
Okay. Did he appear to be neatly dressed?
Yes.
Okay. Wasn't rumpled, didn't look like he'd slept in his clothing, correct?
No, he's always like well-dressed all the time.
Okay. And his hair, he had a longer curly hairstyle at that time?
Yes.
Did that hairstyle appear as if it had been maintained or coiffed? Is that a word you recognize?
Objection, that calls for speculation. It also is irrelevant.
Well, so I'm going to overrule it. I think he can offer an opinion, and I think appearance has some marginal relevance, so the objections are overruled. You can answer.
Yes.
Okay. The other day, you were shown a photo that wasn't very complimentary to Mr. Spector. His hair appeared to be messed up. He appeared to be kind of haggard or tired. That's not the way he looked when you saw him that night, is it?
When I pick him up, no.
So you pick him up. He said, we're going to go get Miss Davis. Or somehow informed you were going to North Hollywood, and then thereafter you'd be going to the grill. Is that right?
Yeah, he told me to go to...
All right, so I almost just had, I thought that I had the best timing thing ever just happened. So I get upstairs, and Cassie's like, you had some mail dropped off. And I was like, oh, shit, because I have purchased a wig. There is a wig on the way. And I was like, this might be the most perfect timing ever. And it wasn't. It was something else that order, so damn. But, just so you know, there is a wig on the way, baby.
Century City, Universal City. And then, when I arrived there, and after he picked her up, he told me to go to the grill.
Okay. And went to the grill, waited as they did whatever they did inside, have dinner, have a drink, whatever. Then you saw him. How much time passed? How long were they out of your sight while they were in the restaurant?
Probably they spent like 2 hours inside, around 2 hours.
Big on the way, baby.
Do you remember what time it was when they came out?
It was around 10:15.
Red shag wig.
And what was Mr. Spector's attitude when he came out of the restaurant?
It wasn't normal. It was normal.
Was or wasn't?
He was normal. Yeah.
Was normal.
Was normal.
Okay. He appeared to be happy and good spirits.
Oh, yes.
And Miss Davis, she appeared to be happy and also in good spirits?
Yes.
Okay. And from that point, the three of you drove back to Universal City, North Hollywood, and dropped her off. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And you went back to the grill?
Yes.
Okay. And anything unusual happen going to Universal City or returning back to the grill?
No. They are talking. No, nothing.
Okay. You were talking?
No. Mr. Spector was talking with her.
Mr. Spector
was talking with his home.
That'd be funny. If anybody's a member and you've looked at the members only content that I'm not even going to tell you what's happening in, I'm going to maybe do some of that with the wig. Okay, that would be hilarious.
Remember anything of that conversation?
No.
After you dropped off Miss Davis and were returning back to the grill, was there any talking at that point?
No. He told me to go back to the grill. That's it.
I'm pausing here a lot, but whatever. On Patreon, I will say this. I'm going to try to get that up there today, but 2 weeks ago, I think maybe 3 weeks ago now, we watched a movie called 4 Rooms on Kick on Feral Friday. And when we watch movies like that over there, those do not stay on Kick for very long. You just never fucking know. So I take those, I screen record those, get them off Kick. That one is now completely gone. The only way to ever see that episode or us watching that again with our shenanigans is through Patreon exclusively.
Okay. You arrived at the grill, you met Miss Sullivan at that point, is that right?
Yes, we picked her up.
Okay. And then Mr. Spector asked you to drive over to Trader Vic's, is that right?
Correct.
And that's a mile or less away, is that right?
Yes, very close.
Okay, and Ms. Sullivan and Mr. Spector went into the grill, and you waited outside, is that right?
The Trader Vic's.
I'm sorry, you're right, Trader Vic's, and you waited outside, is that right?
Yes, correct.
And how long was that period?
Around an hour.
Now, my recollection is that last week, when you asked about Mr. Spector's condition when he left the grill, you said he was different. You said his walk was different, if memory serves.
Man was drunk.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did he appear to be? How was his walk different? Can you describe that?
Difficult to walk. He had some difficulty to walk.
It was difficult for him to walk.
Yes.
How could you tell that?
Because he was like, I think Miss Sullivan was like helping him or something like that, but he was not like walk like when he started tonight.
Okay. So
I don't know if because he had like high heels or, but he was different.
well, every time you've ever seen him, he had high heels.
Yes, correct.
Right, so he should be used to those, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so the high heels weren't an issue, were they?
I don't think so.
Okay,
I'm not sure.
all right. What you're suggesting is that perhaps he was intoxicated.
I didn't say that.
No, I know you didn't, but that's what you're suggesting. Is that what you're suggesting, that the reason he was walking different was because he was intoxicated?
No.
Your Honor, that misstates the testimony. It also assumes facts not evidence that he's suggesting anything. He answered a question.
Well, the last question, however, was, are you suggesting that? So I'll allow the witness to answer that question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No.
Okay. But in any event, his walk was
Shit,
different.
that's
He was
awesome,
having
Tiff. Love it.
difficulty
You're going to love
walking.
that
Is what
shirt,
you're
too.
saying?
Yes.
Dan rocks that one pretty regularly.
So he wasn't walking normally.
Appreciate
Is that
the hell out
correct?
of that.
No.
All right, let me,
Nation support
that's a
is
double negative,
crazy.
so I have to ask this again. Was he walking in a
G's
normal
out here.
manner
Bunch
when
of
he
G's
left
walking
Trader
around.
Vic's?
No.
And are you sure about that?
Yes, I should.
Because at the grand jury, you were asked about
couple-
that, and you
couple
said
purchases
he
came through
was
here, Randy.
walking in
Thank
a
you.
normal manner.
Murder Church
You recall
shirt?
I remember that.
Okay, could we get grand jury page
Oh, yeah,
147,
Tiff, came
lines
through
1
with
through
those
6?
sunglasses, the Dandy
please?
Savage shirt. Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate the fuck out of that. You know what I'm going to do right now.
From where you are, can
You know
you
what
read
I'm going to
that?
do right now.
Sound-
For those purchases, you guys are getting on the wheel right now. We're going to see how many more we can get on here today. So, Tiff, that gets you on there again. First of all, let me get Randy on here. Let me go back. Hold on. I don't want to dox anybody, but Randy, if you're in chat, if it's a different name, let me know. I'm going to put that on here for right now. And I'm going to put Tiff on here also for buying that shirt. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate that. Getting on the wheel for the possibility of another shirt. I'm like, huh? You can't beat that. You kidding me?
Yes.
And that seems to say, now, did you notice anything unusual about Mr. Spector at that point when he came out of Trader Vic's? Answer no. He still seemed to be normal. Answer yes. That's what you testified at the grand jury. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why are you saying it something different today?
I did not.
You don't know?
I did not say different. I
Feeling Randy, baby. Yeah.
said, over there says that like
yeah,
it seemed to
Paige.
be normal. I said that he was not walking normal. That's it.
Well,
And I didn't say any time that he was drunk.
well,
On the wheel, baby.
how did he come out of Trader Vic's? He was walking, wasn't he?
Yes.
6.
And so when you say
Halfway
he seemed
there for another
normal, you're
wheel spin.
including the walking part, right?
No, not at all. Not,
Best folks.
No. When someone asks you, how does he appear when he... Well, let me finish, please, and I'll let you finish, all right? When someone asks you, how did he appear when he exited a location, and you say normal, are you saying that you were excluding the walking part?
No. Okay, the could be yes. If you want me to answer yes, yeah, but I try to explain to you, sir. That's it.
Well, Mr. De Souza, I don't want you to do anything but give me your best recollection or your best memory. If your memory's changed, that's what I'm interested in. At one point you said it was normal. Now you're saying it's not normal. So, we're trying to figure out which one was it. Do you remember?
Yes.
So which one was it?
He was walking like different.
Okay. So can you tell us then why a year or so ago, or actually 2 years almost now, back in September of 2004, over 2 years ago, you said it was normal. Why would you say that then if it wasn't the case?
Objection. This is asked and answered.
Overruled. It's cross. Overruled.
Could you repeat again?
Why would you say it was normal, his walk, if it wasn't normal?
Objection. That misstates the testimony. He didn't say his walk was normal. He said he appeared normal.
And that's the difference. The objection is sustained. You may rephrase it.
Why would you say he appeared normal if, when you noticed him walking, his walk did not appear normal? Why wouldn't you point that out?
The walk was not normal. He was normal. He looks like normal.
He's normal. His walk is just not normal. That's your explanation?
Yes.
Okay. Between Trader Vic's and Dan Tana's restaurant, that's also...
It seems like he's, it seems like he likes to drink. He likes to be intoxicated. He doesn't just chill out. Once he's approaching the level of being intoxicated, he seems to go further.
Mile and a half, something like that.
He's also not trying to just say drunk.
Is there any talking between those 2 points by Mr. Spector?
Holy shit. From the future, Laura... From the future in Australia, 2:20 a.m. Good night. Thank you so much for hanging out for Murder Church all morning. Appreciate that.
Few talking.
I'm sorry?
A few words, I think.
Okay, a little talking.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what was said?
I think he asked her to go to Dantana's, and she said that she was tired. At that point, that's it.
You could understand that?
Yeah, that time, yes.
Okay, talking was normal.
Was normal.
Okay. Was his voice slurred at that time?
No.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Because when you talked, you remember talking to Detective Fournier and Tomlin on February 3rd of 2003, the very day that we're talking about? You remember talking to them?
I remember.
I'm sorry?
I remember.
Yeah, and you tried to tell them accurately what you saw, is that right?
Mm-hmm, yes.
Okay. And did you tell those gentlemen that after Trader Vic's, his words were slurred and it sounded like blah, blah, blah? Remember saying that?
Not at that point, sir.
All right, I'm going to ask you if you recall the following testimony. This is on page 68, starting at line 8. I don't think we have this for the overhead, but...
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's going to read it. That's improper impeachment at this point.
I believe he's offering it as a prior inconsistent statement, not to refresh his recollection. Are you offering to refresh his recollection or as a prior inconsistent statement?
I'm going to ask him if this is his prior statement, which I believe to be inconsistent.
Okay.
Mr. De Souza, you were asked a question. After Trader Vic's, they started to drink. Mr. Tom, I'm going to give the names of the speakers so that you can follow this, okay? Tom,
use a drink right now.
This is you're saying, you said blah, blah, blah. Basically, he was slurring his words and you couldn't understand. De Souza, yeah. Tomlin, okay, he wasn't actually saying blah, blah, blah. De Souza, he was not doing like proposito. Is that a Brazilian word, by the way?
No.
What is that word?
I think it. I have to read. I'm not. I'm not sure. I have to see.
May I approach her?
You may.
Directing your attention to line 17. You can read a little bit if that helps you put it into context.
It's this one. It's like he didn't want to do that. It's like that.
Yeah, I'm just asking you now, what is, when you said proposito, what did you
I don't
mean?
know. I don't know if like they got like the wrong, the wrong word.
But it's not a word you recognize in any language, I take it.
I can recognize like something like close to that.
Can you spell out the reporter?
I can, Your Honor.
I can understand the bank at first, but it's not a word you recognize in any language, I take it.
And I said that it's close. I recognize a word close.
Could you spell that?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. It's P-R-O-P-O-S-I-T-O.
Thank you.
What's the close word?
It's proposito. Proposito.
Proposed?
Proposito.
Could you spell that for us?
It's the same. Almost the same. It's P-R-O-P-O-S-I-T-O, but it has like some accent and a second O.
Now, all right, you went on. He can't finish the sentence. Tomlin, sentence. Fournier, okay. De Souza, okay. Fournier, he was saying real words, but De Souza, no. Fournier, no. De Souza, he's like going blah, 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 blah. Tomlin, was he trying to say words, or was he actually going, or actually blah, 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 blah? De Souza, I'm not sure if he was kidding, but I don't think so. Fournier, you couldn't understand him. De Souza, because we don't have to, this guy acts like he's, and then there's cell phone ringing, and okay, it's okay, this guy acts different from others. Then you went on to talk about something else. So, you recall telling those folks that your memory the day of the event was that after you left Trader Vic's and heading over to Dantana's, the language was slurred, unclear, etc. Do you remember
I don't remember that. I saw that. Probably said that, but I don't remember.
Okay. So you agree you said it, you just don't remember saying it. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, at that time, no.
Okay. I mean, that's when the events were clearest in your mind, isn't it?
Yeah, some, yes.
Well, things normally don't get clearer with the passage of time, do they?
Objection. That's argumentative.
Sustained.
Okay. In your experience, Mr. De Souza, is something clearer the day it happened or 4 years later?
Could you repeat again the question?
The way your memory works, in your experience, is something clearer in your memory the day it happens, or let's start a smaller passage of time.
There's a lot of things in my memory clear. There's some that I don't remember.
All right, in any event, you got to Dantana's, is that right?
Yes.
And they went inside?
Yes.
And how long were they in there?
Inside?
Yes.
Around 40 minutes, probably.
Okay. Came back out, is that right?
Yes.
Did you see him walk out?
Yes.
How was he walking?
At that time, was not like so bad.
So he got better while he was in the restaurant?
Objection. That's not an evidence.
Sustained.
Okay, you said he was walking with difficulty when he left Trader Vic's, right?
Yes.
40 minutes passes, he's in the restaurant, and he comes out, and you say he's walking better. Is that right?
I didn't say walking better. I just say that I didn't, at that time, I didn't like pay attention in his walk. It was like I had to bring the car in front of the Trader Vic's, or to Dantana, sorry. And I remember that I opened the doors and he was coming. And
But in the past, you've described his walking, haven't you?
Probably, I don't remember.
Well, if you're asked a question and you answer it, to the police officers, to the
went
grand
into the other
jury,
restaurant and he sobered up a little
some
bit. Maybe he didn't get his drink
formal
there
type
before
of
going
proceeding.
on.
If you give an answer, you believe the answer to be correct at the time you give it, don't you?
Yes.
You're not making stuff up just to find any old answer, are you?
Yes, right.
Listen to that question again. You're not making stuff up just to make an answer, are you?
No.
Okay. And at the grand jury, you testified that when Mr. Spector came out of that restaurant, his walking and his balance was okay. You recall that?
I don't recall that.
Well, thinking back now, when he left that restaurant, was his walking and balance okay?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Okay. So whatever difficulty you noted when he came out of Trader Vic's, you didn't see that when he came out of Dan Tana's. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as he was leaving the restaurant, you said there were a couple younger guys somewhere near the entranceway. Is that right?
Yes.
And one of the guys told Mr. Spector something, is what you said. Is that right?
Yes.
What did they tell Mr. Spector?
I don't know.
Mr. Spector stopped and looked at the one or both of them for a few seconds. Is that right?
Correct.
How long was that? Do you remember now?
Probably 5-10 seconds. Was not like so long.
Okay. And did he say anything?
Nothing.
When he got into the car afterwards, did he say anything?
He didn't.
You testified last week that you believed Mr. Spector was mad and upset. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you formed that opinion based on looking at him for 5 to 10 seconds as he looked at the fellows by the entrance?
Yes.
Do you know him that well that you can tell what he's thinking, what his emotional state is by looking at him for 5 or 10 seconds?
I had like a, what do I say that? I had a problem with him like in the past, with Mr. Spector.
Okay, well, I'm not asking about problems in the past. I'm asking about this particular incident.
Your Honor, counsel's editorializing and the witness is answering the question that he asked beforehand.
I won't say that he's editorializing, but he is answering your question. He's indicating how he came to that conclusion.
So, this...
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Mr. Brunon. I would ask that the witness be, the court maybe inquire whether or not he finished his answer.
Have you finished your answer, sir?
No, not yet.
All right, go ahead and finish your answer.
And I had the problem with him like in the past, and he was mad with me, I think. He was confused at that time, and I saw his face like, was the same face that he had like an outside of the antennas.
Back to being a split personality motherfucker. Every time I hear this guy, he sounds different when he gets more inebriated, more intoxicated. He becomes a different person. This is even making it further. This is demon level shit. Take that however the fuck you want. Because someone's face and demeanor will completely change. That's crazy. That's super interesting, actually.
Okay, so the expressions are mad, upset...
See, I'm actually taking this that like they're beating him to death with this questioning. Like, they've been, what are we on? We're 30 minutes into how this motherfucker's walking coming out of a restaurant.
Confused?
No, sir. Was mad.
Okay, because
I told you that he was confused at the time that he made, that he was upset with me.
Okay. So the other time he was confused.
Yes, he didn't, like, he was think that he was upset with me. I didn't make anything wrong.
All right. Any event, based on whatever expression that you saw there, you thought he might be upset that night?
Yes.
But he didn't say anything, didn't do anything, did he?
No.
Okay. Well, he did do something. He asked you to drive to House of Blues, right?
Well, yes. He did do something.
You did that, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
He did do something,
now,
fella.
Between Dan Tana's and House of Blues, that's again about a mile, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And any talking on that portion of the trip?
I think, I'm going to say no, I don't remember, but yeah, I don't remember.
Okay. So you couldn't say he was slurring his speech at that point?
No, I don't remember.
At the House of Blues, you first parked at the wrong spot. Ms. Sullivan, Mr. Spector got out and immediately got back in, right?
Yes.
And you drove to the correct spot, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Spector and Ms. Sullivan got out, walked into the club, right?
Yes.
And there's a driveway, a little curb, and then some stairs going into the club, is that right?
Yes.
And did you watch him as he went in?
No, I just opened the door and they both got out of the car. I don't remember that. If I was looking, he's walking.
Well, weren't you checking to make sure he got into the club okay?
Just he left the car, I closed the doors, and I got in the car.
So were you concerned that he might not make it into the club?
No.
Okay. So he was okay at that point, I take it, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And how long was he in the club?
Almost around 30, 40 minutes.
Now, during that 30 to 40 minutes, that's where the lady came out and asked you to take Miss Sullivan home, is that right?
That's correct.
So about, what time was it when you next saw Mr. Spector?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
When Mr. Spector came back out of the club, what time was it then?
It was after 2:30, around 2:30.
Okay. How was he walking at that point?
Yeah, that was a weird question.
Miss Clarkson was helping him.
Okay. So did it appear to you that he was having difficulty walking?
I think so, but I'm not sure. And that right now, I'm not sure. But he was like she was helping him.
How was she helping him?
With her arms.
What was she doing with her arms?
She was like just like coming close. I think he was like hanging her arm, something like that. I'm not sure at that time. But
well, are you testifying? Do you have a visual memory of what you saw at that point?
Yeah, I saw both coming, and I like just like
exactly what he's saying.
I got out the car. I don't remember I got out the car. I just like opened the doors, I think.
Okay. You saw him come out of the club and you watched him walk to the car, right?
Yes.
And you've said in words that Mr. Spector was having difficulty walking and that Miss Clarkson was helping him. And what I'm trying to do is find out what activity, what actions were going on that caused you to believe that.
I don't remember, but they are walking like in my direction. That's I don't remember when I.
Okay, well, I mean, here's the problem. If you tell us something happened and you don't remember it.
Objection.
Well, let me finish.
He's having difficulty expressing with words what he saw. He came out drunk. He was hanging off of Lana Clarkson, okay, who was helping him to the car.
Let him finish the question.
Well, Your Honor, the question includes the word, here's the problem. There may not be a problem, and that's not an appropriate way to start a question.
I'll sustain it. Rephrase it.
Here's the issue. You tell us that he was having difficulty walking and that Miss Clarkson was helping him, and then when we ask you, or I ask you, to describe what you saw, you tell us you can't remember.
Objection. There is no question. Counsel is
sustained. It's a statement, not a question.
Did you tell us you don't remember what you saw? Is that what your testimony is?
Yeah, right now, yes. If I said that he was like walking like in a difficult way, yes, he was.
But last Wednesday, did you remember last Wednesday that he was walking with difficulty and she was helping him?
I didn't recall, sir, right now. I don't remember what I said.
Not had enough of the shit.
Right, well, let me
Wearing
ask you
them
this,
down
then,
is what
Mr.
they're doing
Gasaggi.
right now, on
When you're
purpose.
testifying, are you simply repeating
I think the jury will be able to see what's happening
what is in the transcript or what is in a report?
I can see it.
That
Everybody in the chat
you
see what's
read
happening here?
Of something you said some years ago. Is that what's happening?
Yes.
The other day, you saw a video clip that apparently was some form of surveillance video at the House of Blues. Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember.
And in that video clip, did you see Mr. Spector having any difficulty walking?
No, it's a poor like video. Yeah, I didn't see anything wrong.
You didn't see Ms. Clarkson holding him up, helping him as if he would fall down if she let go, did you?
No.
So, do you remember telling Detective Tomlin and Detective Foyer that Mr. Spector was completely drunk? And you repeated it, completely drunk when he left the House of Blues. Do you remember telling them that?
Yes.
And now, do you remember that now? Not what you said, but what the actual facts were. Do you remember now if he was?
Yes.
So, was he completely drunk?
He was drunk, yes.
Completely drunk?
Could be, yes.
And how did you determine that? Was that because Ms. Clarkson was helping him walk?
That I can remember right now because he was when he was talking, he was not like he was make sense, but he was repeating the same like word many times.
Well, I'm repeating myself, so it's different than that.
Oh
you're
my
saying,
God.
right? Okay. But is your opinion that he was drunk based on your prior memory?
I've got nipples. Can you milk me? What the fuck
That
are we
Ms.
doing?
Clarkson was helping him walk? Is that why you're saying he was
No,
drunk?
he was helping. She was helping him to walk, and he was inviting her to go to the castle. And the way that he was inviting her was not normal.
Right. But at this point, you have no memory whatsoever. Oh, I'm going to withdraw that, please. Do you have any memory now of how she was helping him walk?
Like I said, he was like just hanging her like arm and walking.
He was hanging on her arm?
Yeah, he was like she was like kind of helping him. So they are really close and like together.
All right, you saw that on the video?
I don't remember the video, but I remember that.
Okay. Now, at the, when they got to the car, Mr. Spector invited Ms. Clarkson to his house, is that right?
Yes.
And what did he say?
Let's go to the castle.
Okay. And what did she say?
She said that at that time, no. She was tired. I think she had like to work in the morning, and he insisted.
Was there more?
Yeah, he said like, let's go to the castle, let's go to the castle, things like that.
Okay. Her response was, I'm tired, I have to work in the morning, and he repeated, well, let's go to the castle, something like that.
The first time, yeah, she said that.
I'm sorry?
Yes, the first time, yeah, she said that.
Okay. And then what was said next?
He continues, let's go to the castle. I have a castle, let's go to the castle,
And he said that 2 to 3 times, you said?
Yes, they repeat the castle like 3 times.
Okay. And do you remember any other response from her?
She accepted like first she accepted like a ride to go to the parking lot close to the House of Blues.
Did she give any other reason that she didn't want to go to the castle?
I don't remember.
Well, last Wednesday you said that the reason she gave was she can't go with him because she would lose her job. You remember that?
Yeah, she said something about.
And you didn't remember that?
Yeah.
But before I reminded you, did you
No,
remember?
I didn't remind.
All right. So when did she say that?
Outside of the House of Blues, I think she was afraid to lose the job, like if anybody like saw her.
Okay,
or
well,
if the customer.
Mr. De Souza, let me interrupt you. Are you interpreting her thoughts, or are you giving us her words?
I was giving her words.
Okay. So you don't know what she was thinking unless she told you, correct?
No, yeah, correct.
All right. So let's go to the castle. Now it's 3 times, you recall, is that right?
Yes.
And was it each time, let's go to the castle? Was it the same?
No, it was let's go to the castle, castle, castle. Let's go to, I have a castle. Things like that.
Did he say, you have to go to the castle with me?
No.
Did he say, I insist you must go to the castle with me?
No.
He didn't use the word insist at all, did he?
No. No.
Now, he asked her, okay, then would you like a ride to your car? Is that right?
Yes.
What'd she say?
Sorry, could you repeat?
What did she say?
Yes, she accepted.
Right away, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so, into the car, Mr. Spector, well, actually, was this conversation happening in the car or outside the car?
Outside.
Okay. So after she says, okay, fine, I accept your ride to the car, got in the car, directed you to the parking structure, is that right?
Correct.
And in the parking structure, she got out and went to her car, is that right?
Correct.
Mr. Spector got out and went behind a little wall, presumably to pee, right?
Yes.
You didn't see him do that, though?
Yes.
Did you see him do that?
I saw.
Oh. Okay. So we know he peed. That's not an assumption, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when she got back into the car, she told you that she wanted to go to Mr. Spector's house, right?
No, first we parked the car in the street close to the parking lot.
Well, in the parking structure, did she say, I'd like to take a drink with him in his house. I really need to take a drink because I worked all night.
Yeah, she said so that she needs a drink. In fact, that I remember that she needs a drink.
Okay, could we get page 38, line 4 through 8 of the Foyer comment?
I think he has split personalities, like multiple personalities, schizophrenic, like something along those lines. I really think I mean, I've known people that abuse alcohol and they do flip. They're a different person. I've had family members, you know, famous Uncle Larry that I talk about on the show. When he's sober, he was fucking awesome, amazing, funny, an artist. When he was drunk, which is basically always, he was a piece of shit. He was terrible.
Yeah, I don't see it as being inconsistent or impeachment.
Totally different personality. But the thing with Spector, when I've heard these voicemails, is he gets exceedingly more drunk. I feel like the personalities change a little bit each time. Like he gets, even the voice though, like the voice becomes different. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Maybe I'm explaining it terribly.
His answer, I don't think, was as complete.
Megan Easton, good morning.
Well, that doesn't mean necessarily it's inconsistent. I'd ask that be taken down at the present time. Thank you.
Mr. De Souza, was the complete answer or the complete statement that she made to you
100% too.
I'd like to take a drink with him in his house. I really need to take a drink because I work all night. Is that what she said to you?
That could be, I don't remember, but yes, or something like that.
All right, well, there's 3 answers there. I don't remember yes and something like that. That's what she said, or at least that's what you remember her saying.
I could never be up here because I would just be like, all right, we're going,
Yes,
baby. We're doing it, taking the
that,
gloves off.
he was working like a whole night and needs a drink, but
Now, From that particular statement, it sounded like she was eager or excited to go, doesn't it?
Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
The way she made that statement, I'd like to go to his house and have a drink, I've worked all night, I need a drink, did she say that in a way that sounded as if she were excited or
like
eager
that,
to go?
Objection. Objection.
The problem is eager.
right.
I think there's other ways you can attack it, but it's the way the question's being phrased. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Did it sound like she was excited to go to the house?
Oh, that's interesting, Paige. That's very interesting. I take medication for schizophrenia. And then she says, Spector told journalist Mick Brown in early 2003, I wouldn't say I'm schizophrenic, but I have bipolar personality. Wow. Dude, you know what? That does explain a lot more. And I haven't dug deep into any kind of personality traits or even any kind of interviews like that. You know, I need to do that with Phil Spector because he is a little bit of a conundrum, right? Like, he's fucking crazy. Like, he really is. Interesting.
Calls for speculation as to her mindset.
That makes sense.
Did she seem reluctant to go?
With that much money
Happy
and
to go.
power?
Okay.
Happy to go, no.
All right. Now, on the,
Recipe for disaster.
within
anyone alone,
Short
in this case
period of time
a beautiful young
after
woman
she-
like he liked to do, and then when they wanted to leave, he turned into a baby and he decided, no, you're not going to, and the best way to do that, he's learned, and just about anybody in life will learn, is with a fucking gun, and then that's scaring the shit out of him, and who knows what the fuck happened this night with Lana Clarkson exactly, but Jesus Christ.
got into the car,
The fear and terror had to
she
be
said something
immense.
that
From the ladies we've already heard talking,
was
that were lucky
directed
enough to
to
not be
you,
shot or
did she?
killed.
Yes.
And you told us the other day that Mr. Spector screamed out, don't talk to the driver. Is that what happened?
Yes, he said that.
Well, I know he said, well, did he scream it out or did he just say, you don't have to talk to the driver?
It was loud. I think he gave a device to her. Was not with me.
All right, I'm focusing on your use of the word scream. You know what scream is, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's a very loud, high-pitched type of exclamation,
truth.
correct?
Yes.
Did he do
To
that?
be true.
It was loud. I've never seen him like that.
God complex, right? You know, old kings from like ancient Rome tales when they were fucking went mad, right? Unrivaled power.
Well, when you were asked about it before, you never described it as a scream, did you?
Objection.
That's kind of what can happen in today's world. This,
I
in this
have no
case,
way of knowing.
money.
You can ask if he
your
ever stated
position
that
in the
before.
world of, in this case, again,
Well,
entertainment.
let me
Not
you
always
testified about
that's
this
not always has
statement
to
that
be the
Mr.
case, so.
Spector made to you when you went to the grand jury, didn't you?
Yes.
And at the grand jury, you said that Mr. Spector simply made this statement, do not talk to the driver or you do not need to talk to the driver. Isn't that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't tell the grand jury he screamed, shouted, yelled, any of those adjectives, did you?
I don't mean.
I'd like to show him the grand jury testimony. Could we get grand jury page 166, lines 7 through 25, please? Okay, you see it says, then did you get in the car? Yes. What happened next? Answer, Mr. Spector, like was told her, do not talk to the driver. Question, that's what he said when she got into the car. Answer, yes. Question, what do you remember him saying about that? Answer, yes, I remember. Question, what do you remember him saying to her about that? I'm going to skip the grand jury advisors. The witness, do not talk to the driver. Question, he told Lana not to talk to you. Answer, yeah, you don't need to talk to the driver. That was your testimony at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
No, nothing about screaming, nothing about yelling, was it?
No.
Now, on the ride from La Cienega in West Hollywood to Alhambra, you could hear Mr. Spector and Miss Clarkson talking in the back seat, right?
Yes.
This is just a regular S-Class sedan, isn't it?
Yes.
Doesn't have any kind of partition or thing that goes up between the passengers and
No.
the back and the front?
No.
Okay. They seem to be viewing some sort of a film or something on a DVD player,
Yes,
and they were laughing
yes,
and talking.
yes,
No arguing.
no,
There's no drinking in the car, was there?
no.
Now, how long approximately did it take you to get from West Hollywood to Alhambra?
About half an hour, around half an hour, 30 minutes.
Okay. When you got to the location, you pulled up to the gate, where there's a gate next to the sign that says Pyrenees Castle, right?
Yes,
And you pulled up the driveway, is that right?
yes,
And Mr. Spector asked you to stop the car, is that right?
yes,
And you stopped it in front of a long set of stairs, is that right?
correct.
Okay. And I wonder if I could ask Ms. Suvi to help me put up Exhibit 24C. Come on, here we go. Okay, in the lower left portion of the 4 photographs, well, let me just take a step back if I may. In the upper photo that is beside the letter A, can you see that from where you are?
Yeah.
Can you see it clearly enough to see what's there?
The A?
A, yes.
Yes,
That's the entranceway to the residence, is that right?
yes, correct.
And you can't see it, but somewhere in front of where on that wall behind the Mercedes and basically toward where the front of it is where the words Pyrenees Castle are, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, looking down at the photo beneath that, photo 24C, those are at least a portion of the stairs that you saw Mr., that they got out in front of, right?
Yes.
Okay. I think we have a better photo. I'd like to mark the next photo. I think we're up to R.
You are, that's your next.
Okay. And may I just make sure how many we have here? I'd like to mark this next set of photographs, R1, 2, and 3, if I could, Your Honor.
All right.
Do you recognize what this is, Mr. De Souza?
No,
You don't recognize that?
no, this gate like that, no, close like that, no.
Could we see R2, please? Do you recognize what this is?
So I recognize the first picture. I think this one is like a little bit different.
Is this, can you see the house just barely through the trees at the top of the photo?
Yes, I can see the, like a kind of house over there, yeah.
Do you recognize that house? Is that Mr. Spector's house?
I don't know, it's very difficult to recognize right now.
Okay. How about this portion of the stairway?
This I think is
R3?
close to the top. I've never been there. I've never been there.
Have you ever seen it?
No, I never take this. I took the steps all the way up and.
Okay. So when you drive up that driveway, the stairway is on your left. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And it's a very long stairway, correct?
Yes.
It's very steep, isn't it?
Yes.
Is it the portion that you remember of the stairway? Is it consistent with the steepness of what we are seeing there in R3?
Yeah, could be. You have to show me the picture number C again.
Okay. Could we do that, please? Could we take these down, put C up again, please? 24C. This is where the stairway meets the driveway, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And off it goes up into the distance. You can't really quite make out the top, correct?
Yes.
But it's...
I've never been on top. I parked in that place like twice.
If I told you there were 88 steps in that stairway, going up the hillside? Would that seem about how many there were?
Objection, I would call for speculation.
Sustained, since he's not familiar with it.
Have you looked at that stairway enough to give any kind of an estimate as to how many steps there might be?
No.
Okay. Any event, you dropped Miss Clarkson and Mr. Spector off on the stairway and they started up, is that right?
Yes.
And did you watch them go all the way up?
No, all the way up, no.
How far did you watch them go up?
I don't remember until the middle of the, I don't remember.
Can you say anything on photograph 24C, how far up that first set of stairs that you do recognize?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. Anyway, they seem to be going up all right, is that right?
Yes.
So you drove off, you thought things were okay?
Yes.
Okay. So he wasn't having any trouble going up the stairs?
Both are like going up together.
Well, I'm asking you about him. Did he appear to have any trouble going up the stairs?
She was helping him. Like I said, like she was like with like the arms like together and going up.
So they were walking arm in arm?
Yes.
Okay.
He's gonna be like, well, doesn't that mean that they were falling in love? Fastly, huh? Doesn't that mean that they were so in love with each other? They just couldn't get enough of each other that night that they were locked arm in arm. He wasn't actually intoxicated, was he, sir? He wasn't actually drunk, was he, sir? No, he wasn't. They were in love. They loved each other. This was the greatest night of Lana's life. Say it, sir. What the fuck? He's carried away.
You went around to the, I'm done with that. You went around to the back of the location at that point, is that right?
Yes.
And the other day there was a photograph of a big fountain that's in that back parking area, is that right?
Yes.
And you parked between the house and the fountain, is that right?
Correct.
And do you remember how you got there? Did you drive around the fountain so you could pull straight up by that back doorway, or did you park and back in?
Back up, yeah. I made a back up.
You backed up, okay. And that was your position at that point to wait for Mr. Spector to come out, is that right?
Correct.
And about 15 or 20 minutes later he came out, is that right?
Yes.
And at that point you had a little conversation with him?
No conversation. He opened the door, he looked at me and he didn't say anything. And I had his briefcase ready to give to him. I offered him. But the first time he refused that. When I was like to put the briefcase inside the car, and he asked me for the briefcase.
Okay.
I want that. Then I give to him.
So first of all, he came out on the porch, is that right?
Yeah, on the
that
porch.
little back porch?
Yes.
And you held the briefcase out as if to ask him, do you want this?
First I opened the car door and I wait for Mr. Spector to say anything to me. He didn't say anything. Then I went inside the car, get the briefcase and offer him the briefcase.
Did you say anything or just hold it out to him?
I think so do you want your briefcase? I think I said that. I don't remember.
Okay.
So, but I offered him a briefcase.
His first response was, no, I don't want that. Is that right?
I said no, yeah. I said no.
Okay. And then a few seconds later he said, oh yes, I do want it. Is that right?
Yes, then I just returned and...
And what did you do with it at that point?
I gave to him, I had like the briefcase and the portable DVD. I think the portable DVD I gave to him and the briefcase I put close to the chair inside.
Okay. All right. Do you have a clear memory of what happened at that point in time?
Yes.
You started to say you gave the briefcase to him, didn't you?
Or a briefcase or a DVD. I remember one I put close. I think the briefcase I put on the floor and the DVD I gave to him.
But in the past, you said that you gave him the briefcase, didn't you?
Could be.
Like it's the smallest
do you remember?
thing. I
If I
could
say that,
see
yeah, I
that
don't
being
know.
like, you know,
Did you give him the
forgetful thing.
briefcase?
Maybe I did, maybe I
I gave both
didn't.
briefcase and the DVD. I'm not sure if he got I think he got the DVD, and I put the briefcase close to the chair.
All right. If you said in the past that you handed him the briefcase, that simply would be a mistake. Is that right?
I don't know. I don't remember. I have to.
Oh my God.
I don't remember that. It could be a DVD or a briefcase I gave to him.
All right. So now you're
I
not.
think I gave to him a DVD and the briefcase I put on the floor.
All right. So there's some confusion in your mind about exactly what happened?
No.
Objection. Overruled.
Overruled, based on the answer, I'll allow it.
Oh.
Your best memory at this
Since
point
you really can't
is
remember
that
this, are you
gave
really
him
remembering
the
it correctly when he
DVD
ran
and you
outside
put
with the
the
gun in his
briefcase
hand
on the floor. Is that right?
after
Yes.
Is
killing
that
Lana?
clear in your memory?
I know it's not clear right now, but it's like I gave to him like probably a DVD.
Could you start?
Sorry. I think my best memory I gave to him the DVD and put the briefcase on the floor.
How sure are you about
Can't
what you
win.
did with the briefcase?
Oh, God.
I'm not 100% sure right now, but
This is
one
fucking
of the
painful.
2 items I gave to him and another
Oh,
one I
like
put
the jury has to see this and
close
be
to the
going,
chair.
what the fuck, bro?
Last week, you said you put the briefcase in the chair. Do you remember that?
Could be on the chair, could be on the floor, I don't remember now.
Well,
It was like close.
I like the way he's answering
Yeah,
though.
probably in the
Make it
chair,
even
on
seem
top
like
of the chair.
okay, well, now we got three choices.
me too,
In the
thanks.
chair,
Objection to the way that statement was made. It's not a question.
you seem to be giving us 3 choices, Mr. De Souza. Choice number 1, I handed it to Mr.
Objection, Your
Spector.
Honor. This is not a question. Counsel is, again, editorializing. I know you don't like that word, but I can't think of anything better.
I'm going to sustain the objection. If there's a question, put it in the form of a question.
Well, you have to let me finish the sentence.
All right.
So here we go. We've got 3 versions, it appears. 1, I handed the briefcase to Mr. Spector. 2, I put the briefcase next to the chair. 3, I put the briefcase into the chair. You've said all 3 of those things, haven't you?
I hope that he says, yeah, any of those are possible because
Yes,
I'm not
could be.
exactly sure. Jesus fucking Christ.
Well,
I handed him
could
the
be, it
stop.
is, isn't
And the
it?
stop was left.
Which one is it?
I think I put the
He's just trying to get that he's
briefcase,
inconsistent.
I don't know if I put on the top of the chair or if I put on the floor,
Bro,
but I
we
think the
get
DVD I gave to him.
All right. So you're not clear about that.
You made your point.
100% sure, no, sir.
Okay.
And it's not landing the way you think it's landing, in my opinion.
That was about what time when that, well, let me ask one final question before I leave that point in time. When you saw Mr. Spector at that point, he still had the white jacket, the black shirt, and the black pants, is that right?
Yes.
And do you remember if the jacket was buttoned up or not?
No, I don't remember.
I'm sorry?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the style of the jacket?
Yes, if I see a picture, I can tell you that.
Well, how about from your memory? Do you remember the style of your jacket from your memory?
Yes, I think so.
All right, why don't you tell us what you remember about it?
This guy is
The style
credible.
of the jacket?
I think the jury will think that
I'm
he's
not
credible.
good. I have to show somebody if they're using this kind of jacket.
Well, let me give you some choices. Was it a short waistcoat jacket, like, and I'm putting my hands up near my waist here? Was it that kind of
It was
jacket?
not too short.
Was it as long as a suit jacket?
Not so long like suit jacket.
Okay, so your recollection, let me ask the question. Your recollection of the jacket is that it was between suit coat length, which is kind of fingertip length when your arm is down by your side, and waistcoat jacket, which is around your waist. It was in between there. Is that your
This
recollection?
is why the trial
Okay.
took 6 months in real time.
And do you remember if it was a zipper
Brutal.
or button? Do you remember what kind of closure it had on
It
it?
was a button. I'm not sure.
And do you remember if it
That'd be terrible
is
if you
similar
look like
to
this,
the suit jacket you're wearing that has a high top button?
It's low.
And can you tell us where the highest button on the jacket was?
Probably over here.
indicating it looks to be above waist height, just above waist height.
That appears to be
A little bit lower than your last, probably in the close to the second one that you have here.
where my fingers.
Stomach.
I'm sorry.
Your stomach.
Yeah, sure.
Oh my God!
Slightly above the pipic, as we would say. All right.
Stop.
I'll do that for the reporter later.
Are we going to break this morning, or should I?
We're about 5 or 6 more minutes.
Okay. Now, from that point in time, which was what time? What time was that?
That's 3:15, 3:20.
From that point on, you remained in the car, is that right?
I went to my car like once.
Okay. And then came back to the car by the rear doorway?
Yes.
And let's say just before 4 o'clock, just before you heard the sound that caught your, 5 o'clock, just before you heard that sound, you'd been up continuously since the prior morning, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember what time it was that you got up?
It was, I think, 6 o'clock.
In the morning?
Yes.
Okay. And did you work that day, do you remember?
Yes, I work in the morning.
Okay, from when to when?
6 to 11.
And what did you do that morning? What kind of work?
Driving people around.
Okay, then from 11 to, you got the call at 4, you weren't working?
No, I didn't work.
Did you take a nap? Did you sleep?
Yes.
Okay. Then you got the phone call to go to work at 7 o'clock that night?
Yes.
Okay. How long did you sleep in that period of time?
About 3 hours.
Okay. So, sometime, I think you said were you asleep when you got the phone call?
I think at that time I was awake. I'm not sure. I don't remember that.
All right, so for some...
It was 4:30 in the afternoon. I think I was awake.
Okay, what was it?
I was not sleeping at that time.
Okay, what was at 4:30?
I think it was a call, 4:30, 5 o'clock.
Okay. All right. And you'd been up for some period of time before that?
Yes.
And so from that point on until 5 the next morning, did you go to sleep at all?
I did a little bit in the car.
Okay. So you were like catnapping? Are you familiar with that?
5 minutes, 5 minutes.
Okay, let me finish the question.
Okay.
Do you know what catnap?
No.
Okay, just a little light sleep. Is that what you
He
were
just
doing?
said 5 fucking minutes, Jesus
I could not say,
Christ!
like sleep, but I was like taking like a nap, like 5 minutes nap and awake, 5 minutes, and sometimes I stay like for half an hour without
Right in the
taking a nap.
schnoz. Right in the
And when you
schnoz!
did doze off, it was for stretches of 5
cocksucker.
minutes approximately?
Yes.
Did you go into a deep sleep at all?
No.
This is going to seem kind of off the subject, but I want to ask you this. When you dream, do you dream in the Portuguese language or in the English language?
Objection. It assumes facts not in evidence. It's completely irrelevant.
You know what? I'm going to... Do you dream, sir?
I dream.
Okay. What language, if any, or both do you dream in?
Portuguese and English.
All right, Portuguese and English.
Oh, actually, I love that question because it's interesting.
When
I think the judge did too.
back
He's like,
in
shut up for a minute, Jackson. I am
you-
intrigued by this
I
one.
had 4 additional.
What are you
4+
dreaming,
additional
sir?
Years of English, or living in an English-speaking country. When you heard English at that time, did you first translate it to Portuguese in your own mind, and then translate the answer from Portuguese to English, and then answer in English?
When I start learning English, yes.
Okay.
That's the first thing that you do.
Okay. So, do you remember your thought processes in February of 2003? Were you thinking English, Portuguese, Portuguese, English, or English, English? Do you remember?
I was at that time I was good in both languages. Like in Portuguese was for sure, but in English too. I was going to school. I didn't have like to translate anything. I just like answer.
Your then girlfriend, current wife, she's Portuguese as well. I mean, excuse me, is Brazilian as well. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you speak Portuguese at home, in your home?
Yes.
All right, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, keeping in mind the admonition will be in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you. You may
Part
step down.
5 is going to start us out Tuesday. I'm intrigued to see how long that one's going to be. Part 5, 53 more minutes with Adriano to start us out Tuesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. For those that are unaware, we do Tuesday night murder churches now. 2 days a week, murder church here on Sunday mornings at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. And then, of course, what I'm plugging right now, Tuesday night, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Thanks, everybody, for coming through here today. Holy shit. Let me do all the shout-outs real quick for everybody that came through. We had a will winner, everybody that's come through, gifting, donations come through the apps. Holy shit. Bo Pete coming through here. What the fuck? Miss Dina saying what's up. Derek Johnson coming through church 2 weeks in a row. Sinead new in the house coming through. I think she also got membered up. Queen Olive saying what's up. Shannon coming through. Gail coming through per the usual. RX Girl. Thank you very much. Afton, what's up? Gail, what's up? Tiff Knox said, what is up also? And then Sinead came through one more time. And we have another wheel that is filling up currently. And then Tuesday night, maybe we'll get another spin. We'll see what happens. Let me just make sure I'm not missing anything in the old apps. Kelly, thank you so much for coming through the Cash App. Taryn Dusty, who won the last shirt, came through the Venmo with the $10 this morning. Cash App from Catherine with the 5, and then Christine with the 5 on the Cash App. Thank you guys so freaking much. And I've caught up, I do believe. Wow, we're not fucking around here in the Buzz Nation. Thank you all so much. I will again see you starting up Tuesday night, I'll say it every time. 8 p.m. Eastern Time right here. So make sure you have the bell clicked. Make sure you get notifications when we go live, folks. You do not want to miss when we go live here on Publicly Buzzed. You don't want to miss it. For anybody, I'm going to do a little plug here for a side thing that I do if there's any wrestling fans. And honestly, you should probably check this out even if you're not a wrestling fan, because the videos I make currently are more like docu-style, and it's really about wild stories from the world of pro wrestling. And if you're unfamiliar, wrestling is fucking insane. But here is a channel that I do on the side, and I've got an Owen Hart video releasing later today. So give that a follow if you want to watch or check that out. I really appreciate it. When you leave here, you're going to be getting teleported into another stream that is happening, I believe, later today. It's Hella's Excited Utterance is the channel. When you get over there, hit the like, let her know that you're from the Buzz Nation and I sent you over there. And keep an eye out this week for some more streams, for a special stream on Wednesday night also. I think I'm going to do another Sarah Boone stream and watch some of that footage we've watched in the past, but I'm going to get some special guests on here, some other channels, at least try, and we'll see what happens. Love you guys. Thanks. Let a friend know about Murder Church. Then tell that friend to tell a friend about Murder Church. Let's keep this thing going, baby. Love you guys. Let me just make sure I'm not missing anything in the chat just real quick. I don't think I am. You guys are absolutely amazing. Love you guys. Get the hell out of here. Tell Hella you were sent by me. Let's go.